we were taking the WMD out of the country. The head of the Israeli Mossad said the same thing. Also, James Clapper, Obama's national intelligence director, also said he thought the stuff was there and was taken out of Iraq during the 15-month run-up to the war. And after the major combat operations were over, the New York Times does this big article about all the crap that soldiers were finding. The soldiers said, one of them did, on the record, that when people say there was no WMD, I laughed. It was all over the place. And then the New York Times changed the goalposts and said, yeah, but it was degraded. It wasn't active. Look at the resolution that Congress authorized. See whether it says active WMD or whether it says WMD. This thing on? I don't think this thing is on. Did Trump kill Soleimani? Chris Matthews of MSNBC Hee Haw asks, which I watched so you don't have to distract from impeachment? Do not leave town.
Call in now and join the conversation. 888-971-SAGE. That's 888-971-7243. Setting fire to the airwaves. It's the Larry Elder Show.
Tell me if this is you. There's an outdoor project that you've been wanting to get done, but you just don't have the time or patience to deal with unprofessional contractors. It's a common theme of frustration. You need AM Woodland Outdoor Design for a professional design and a team that will show up on time to get the job done. They'll even let you know throughout the project how everything's going. Imagine that. When you're ready to liven up your curb appeal or completely redesign your outdoor living space, the perfect solution? AM Woodland Design. With so many landscape contractor options to choose from, use a team that shares your values of hard work, honesty, integrity, and patriotism. AM Woodland Outdoor Design proudly sponsors Food for the Poor as a business benefactor and would be honored to work with you.
AM Woodland Outdoor Design, proudly serving Lake, Northern Cook, and Kenosha counties, helping make the communities they grew up in as beautiful as they can be. Visit amwoodland.com, that's amwoodland.com, or call 847-224-2167.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560 The Answer. WIND Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and on radio.com.
What will President Trump say? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. He'll make a statement sometime this morning reacting to Iran's attack in Iraq. He tweeted last night right afterward that all is well. No U.S. troops were injured.
All in all, 15 missiles were launched from Iran in a brazen attack against American forces. 10 of those missiles struck the Al-Assad air base in Iraq. One hit the Erbil air base in Kurdish-held northern Iraq. 4 of the missiles failed. U.S. officials tell me the American troops did not try to shoot any of those missiles down. Defense Secretary Mark Esper said he had anticipated Iran to retaliate for killing Soleimani.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Iran has been mourning that general for days, and this morning Iran's supreme leader spoke out again. Fox's Simon Owen monitoring live from London.
Dave, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei telling an audience in Tehran, "We slapped them." But the Supreme Leader adding that military action is not enough in his view, saying the corrupt presence of the US in the Middle East should come to an end. His audience chanting death to America. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister saying if the U.S. takes any further action, Iran will respond accordingly. Dave?
Simon, Democrats have been critical of the U.S. airstrike that took out the general, and after Iran's retaliation have been calling for de-escalation. Democratic Senator Chris Coons told Fox he worries.
I think there are some real challenges here in terms of being able to defend all of our troops and facilities, given Iran's relatively sophisticated ballistic missile capability.
The House and Senate will get briefings today on the Iran situation from the Secretary of State and other top officials. More news out of Iran. A plane crashed just minutes after takeoff from Tehran before dawn. The Ukrainian passenger jet slammed into the ground, leaving just a field of flaming debris. All 176 people on board were killed. An Iranian spokesman says it appears there was an engine fire on the Boeing 737-800. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are fair this morning. We have 22 degrees with a wind chill of 6 above. Northwest winds at 21 miles an hour. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. A lakeshore flood advisory remains in effect until about noon today for northwest Indiana's Lake Michigan shoreline. One person is wounded following a shooting on the ramp from the Stevenson Expressway this morning to the Dan Ryan. State police say someone was shot early this morning on the I-55 inbound ramp to inbound 9094. The victim was taken to the hospital but is expected to survive. Right now, police tell us no one is in custody. No one is in custody after two men were shot on Lakeshore Drive on Chicago's near north side. Police say the victims were traveling. Were doing so in a Pontiac Grand Prix early this morning when a silver sedan pulled alongside and someone fired shots from inside that vehicle. 5:03 on AM 560. Boeing is recommending this morning all pilots undergo flight simulator training for its 737 MAX planes, in spite of initial resistance to that idea. Planes have been grounded since last March after two international crashes killed 346. The FAA is still deciding on what needs to be done before those planes are back in service. Man is due in court today after being charged with murder in the beating death of his infant son over the weekend on Chicago's southwest side. Joshua Juarez and a woman were arrested Sunday following the death of 9-month-old Josue Juarez. Authorities say the child died at the hospital after being found unresponsive Saturday in an apartment building near 60th and Sacramento. A man facing murder charges after taking part in a gun battle over the weekend with a concealed carry license holder. Marlo Rainey was ordered held without bail during his initial court hearing yesterday. Rainey's recovering from gunshot wounds he suffered in that gunfight Sunday near 100th Street and South Avenue M. Prosecutors say Rainey and 17-year-old Michael Portis approached Elvis Garcia and another man and opened fire. Garcia and the other man suffered gunshot wounds before Garcia took out his own gun and returned fire, hitting both attackers. Garcia and Portis were killed. There's a new draft report released this morning, obtained by the Associated Press, that suggests lightening Illinois' property tax burden by consolidating local government and ensuring property assessments are standardized is a way to move forward. Task force was pushed by lawmakers who are skeptical of Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker's plan to ask voters this fall whether to adopt a graduated income tax structure. A Northwest Indiana teen is sentenced to decades in prison for killing a cheerleader pregnant with his child. Mishawaka Police Lieutenant Tim Williams says he knew the victim, Brianna Rushlang, since she was a young girl.
Children like Brianna just make a huge impact on me, and it's almost like losing a child.
17-year-old football player Aaron Trejo pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 65 years behind bars. There's still a chance some teachers in Indiana will see more money in their paychecks this year, but they won't see any of the $291 million left over from last year's state budget in Indiana. Republicans at the Capitol yesterday voted to spend that money instead on college campus construction. Governor Eric Holcomb says he still may push for teacher raises at a session later this year. Transgender students in a Chicago area high school district now have unrestricted access to locker rooms that correspond with their gender identity. Policy change is taking effect now in the Palatine-Schaumburg High School District 211. You may recall the Obama administration in 2015 accused the district of violating their interpretation of federal rules by denying a male student who identified as a female unrestricted access to the girls' locker room. A woman is accused of shooting her uncle in Evanston. Aisha Perrin has been charged with one count of aggravated battery with a firearm. Police say Perrin shot her uncle during an argument on New Year's Day in the doorway of a multi-unit building on Darrow Avenue. Perrin had been involved in a number of disputes about building maintenance. Elias Lindholm scored twice. Flames rally past the Blackhawks 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans tonight. Another reason why you might want to get that season ticket package for your Southside Baseball Club. Reliever Steve Cishek leaving the Cubs for the White Sox. 1 year, $6 million deal. Fighting Illini take on Wisconsin tonight in Big Ten hoops. Last night, Northern Illinois knocked off by Central Michigan At the buzzer, 68-67. Loyola fell to Drake. In the Valley, Illinois State lost to Missouri State. SIU a Valley win over Valpo. The news, a service of Dell. Dell Small Business Advisors offer real-time tailored advice on the best productivity solutions. Right now, upgrade to Windows 10 and get up to 45% off select business computers with Intel Core processors. 877 by Dell. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager still doesn't understand the impeachment.
No member came here to impeach the president. How does she say that with a straight face? But truth is not a left-wing value. What they always say he violated the Constitution, but what did he violate in the Constitution? Has there ever been an impeachment where only one party wanted the president impeached? No. This is unprecedented.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices, as low as $220 per eye, and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting LIKE to 350350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision for as little as $220 per eye. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 laser eye surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago.
What's that text again?
Text LIKE to 350350. That's LIKE to 350350 to schedule your free consultation today.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter 4343 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 4343. Enjoy!
Fajitas are back at Ruby Tuesday. Stop in for fresh grilled veggie, shrimp, or chicken fajitas for only $7.99. Great flavors at a great price. Only for a limited time and only at Ruby Tuesday.
5:10 AM 560 Traffic Center time. Now the latest with Jim Telemonte.
Stevenson Expressway ramps to the Ryan have reopened. There had been closures after an overnight shooting. Again, the ramps are open again at the junction of the Stevenson and the Ryan. The Eisenhower inbound, the exit to the outbound Kennedy is closed, but should be reopening shortly. See no delays right now on the Edens or the Kennedy. Some overnight work is wrapping up in both directions around Canfield. The Eisenhower looks good aside from that closure, the ramp to the outbound Kennedy. The Stevenson is delay-free, same goes for the Ryan. Road work is wrapping up between 18th and the Burns Circle. I-57, Bishopport looking good. Tollway traffic is light. That's traffic. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. In our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, our meteorologist Steve Williams.
Today, intervals of clouds and sun, the high 25, some patchy clouds tonight, low 22, but temperatures rising through the 30s. Clouds and breezy tomorrow, some afternoon rain, high tomorrow at 47. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Getting chilly out there, 19 at O'Hare this morning, 24 Lakefront. Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
10, 15, 20, 30-year term, whole life, universal life, index universal life, variable universal life, long-term care. Are you confused yet? No need to be. For nearly 3 decades, Northern Resource Group has assisted families and businesses understand the maze of insurance and safe money choices. Then, after careful analysis of your needs, they shop and search every leading company to find the best products and services for your family or business. Whether it's tax advantage policies, living benefits, simple term insurance, or something else, Northern Resource Group excels in selection, underwriting, and service. Call Chicagoland-based Northern Resource Group to receive your free, valuable, all-life report. It's packed with educational and easy-to-understand information. Call toll-free 888-762-8020 or visit northernresourcegroup.com. Northern Resource Group, Chicagoland's insurance and safe money professionals. That's 888-762-8020 or online at northernresourcegroup.com. Again, that number, 888-762-8020.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So Iran retaliated last night, firing more than a dozen ballistic missiles at bases that house U.S. forces as well as Iraqi forces, according to the Pentagon. 2 bases, Erbil in northern Iraq and the large al-Assad base in western Iraq, beginning about 4:30 our time yesterday.
And that's the air base where President Trump went to visit back in December 2018 when he surprised the troops. It's a sprawling area, and reports this morning are that, luckily, thank goodness so far, the assessment is that no one was injured or killed.
And in a tweet, the chief propagandist for the regime, Javad Zarif,
who we heard from the other day.
You'll hear from again, said, now the attacks have concluded and Iran does not seek escalation or war.
But they're still celebrating. The Ayatollah gathered people early this morning and had a somewhat celebration.
If you hit, you get hit back.
Who's that translator?
They know this. They know that if they get themselves involved in a confrontation with us and get entangled in a military way, they will get their feet trapped. They might harm us, but they will harm themselves many times more, and they realize that.
Well, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I mean, you obviously any sort of attack involving ballistic missiles you take seriously, but
we kind of had advanced warning.
Of course, there was all of the bases in the region, all of American interests in the region on high alert, all of our allies, Israel, on high alert. So you knew something was coming. Not exactly World War III.
Yeah, and President Trump tweeted late last night, all is well. Missiles launched from Iran at 2 military bases located in Iraq. Assessment of casualties and damage taking place now. So far, so good. We have the most powerful and well-equipped military anywhere in the world by far. I'll be making a statement this morning. He's going to be making a statement, and we'll bring it to you when that happens.
And members of the Senate will be briefed today by Trump's national security team on the basis for the strike against Soleimani that was precipitated by any number of Iranian acts of aggression. And then, of course, drew this response last night. Trump, during a press availability with the Greek prime minister he was meeting with.
Oh, yeah, he loves the Greek. He loves the Greeks, by the way.
He, again, provided the rationalization for the strike against Soleimani.
Well, number one, I knew the past. His past was horrible. He was a terrorist. He was so designated by President Obama, as you know. And he wasn't even supposed to be outside of his own country. He was. So right there. But that's, in a way, the least of it. We had an attack very recently that he was in charge of where we had people horribly wounded, 1 dead. In fact, the number now, as of this morning, I believe is 2 dead. And that was his. He was traveling with the head of Hezbollah, They weren't there to discuss a vacation. They weren't there to go to a nice resort someplace in Baghdad. They were there to discuss bad business. And we saved a lot of lives by terminating his life. A lot of lives are saved. They were planning something, and you're going to be hearing about it, or at least various people in Congress are going to be hearing about it tomorrow. Our Secretary of State covered it very well a little while ago. I saw his news conference, Mike. And if you want to mention a couple of things in addition to what I've just said, but we had tremendous information. We've been following him for a long time, and we followed his path for those 3 days, and they were not good stops. We didn't like where he was stopping. They were not good stops. We saved a lot of lives. You look over his past, he's been called a monster, and he was a monster. And he's no longer a monster. He's dead.
Love that, when he interviewed.
Just sort of the bizarre coincidences. There was an earthquake that hit a 4.9 magnitude earthquake that struck about 6 miles southeast of Iranian nuclear plant yesterday.
And then also a Ukrainian aircraft, a passenger plane, went down right after takeoff from Tehran airport. Yeah. It's a 737. It's what Southwest Airlines uses. It's not the MAX, but it's a 737-800. And, I mean, that aircraft has the safest record in the world of any planes. So I don't know.
And it's believed all 170 some odd people.
176 people are dead.
Are believed dead, so that's tragic.
And they don't know if that has anything to do with, the missiles that were launched or the rockets, but the FAA has banned all aircraft from that space over Iraq and Iran.
And then there's this. Did you see this rare solar eclipse over the Persian Gulf? The red horns. The red horns. You see this?
Oh, I just got the chills. What is that?
It's a partial solar eclipse over the Persian Gulf, very rare, and photogs got this picture, and it looks like two red horns sticking out from the sea, from the Gulf.
So are we done now? Is this an initial assault, or is this over?
Are we done? Like, is the world coming to an end? No, I don't think so.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey DEPRO answer line. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Marty in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi guys, great show as usual, as my early driving. But anyway,
thank you.
I'm watching this thing on the Smithsonian Channel. It's called the War in Color, and about World War II, and they were doing island hopping. These are 19, 20, and 21-year-old men that were defending this country. If Pearl Harbor happened today, it's not. It's just unbelievable the way this country has changed in 80 to 90 years with the people's attitudes. I mean, I realized back then there must have been some protesting, et cetera, et cetera. But now you go on social media and people they've never even been out of this country, are crying for this general. It's just unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And Marty, I got to tell you a story. Yesterday, my yoga teacher, and I was trying to call into the Dan Prof show, by the way, to tell you the story. I went to yoga at 9:30 yesterday, and my instructor was late because her daughter was having a panic attack at school because she was fearful of World War III. And I said, well, you might want to do a better job as a parent because that is not going to happen.
Hey, Marty, were you watching They Shall Not Grow Old? Is that what you were referencing?
What's that?
What were you watching when you were comparing World War I, World War II to today? What was the?
It's called. It's on the Smithsonian Channel. It's called the War in Color.
Oh, the War in Color. I got you. Okay, all right. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, it's pretty
Marty.
cool. It's pretty. They got to show it. They got this thing where they colorize a lot of things from the past. I don't know how they do it, but it's pretty cool. But it just shows. It makes it more realistic, if you will. You know what I mean? But you see the faces on these pilots, these fighter pilots that are engaging Japanese fighters. These are 19, 20, and 21-year-old kids. And it's just, and they lined up to do it, man. It was just, I don't know. It's just a whole different ball game now.
Oh, I know.
Thanks for the call, Marty.
People talking about escaping to Canada, going to Mexico. Like, what are you talking about?
Well,
man up. People in our family have been serving in wars since World War I. I just.
By the way, just in terms of what Marty was talking about, if you haven't seen Peter Jackson's "They Shall Not Grow Old," which is what I was referring to, from I think it was 2018. I don't think it was last year. I think it was 2 years ago. British soldiers in World War I. It's what he's describing. It's so compelling. It's so powerful. The only thing I'd say about that, the whole like World War I, World War II generation, what these kids did, the kids that have volunteered to enlist, since we don't have the draft, they're still the same timber of soldiers of old. Maybe the military, the culture there has become more PC because the military is not invulnerable to the larger culture. And that's a sad story. But I mean, in terms of the bravery of young men and women in the military today, I always think we over extrapolate a bit. Yes, obviously the heroism of previous generations and all of the conflicts from Gulf, but recent ones too, Gulf War I and Gulf War II and Afghanistan, in addition to Vietnam and Korea and World War II and World War I and, all the way back. So, there's the culture has been degraded. There's no question since the World War I and World War II generations. But, I mean, those individuals who serve our country in the armed forces, I think they're still largely made of the same timber. Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, I had another point, Dan, but your point you just made as far as timber goes, I agree with you that. But what I think Marty was referencing to, those kids that went into war in World War I and II, they had full support from the people back home. You don't have that today. I mean, just listen to MSNBC if you can, and it's so disgusting. But the point I wanted to make is, all of those missiles that were shot and all of this terrorist activity, how much of that was paid for by Obama when he gave him $150 billion and then some other $500 million? It's how much of that was paid for out of that little thing? And a lot of people say, well, that was Iran's money, we held it. Well, you don't give your neighbor a gun when he's arguing with you. You don't give him the money to go buy a gun. So it's just so frustrating out here. And you listen to these. I listened to Rachel Maddow yesterday. A new high. I was able to get through about a minute and a half listening to her.
Personal
very
best.
painful.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ed. So
good job.
In terms of the missiles, $1.5 billion worth. I mean, that's the cash. Money's fungible. Just a point of order on this because it's sort of discussed. It's $1.5 billion in cash and sort of $150 billion in sanctions relief. That was the Obama deal. But to your point about the yoga teacher and her kid.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. Hey, what are you? Who's parenting around here?
Apparently, Time Magazine is parenting because they have a piece how to talk to your kids about the situation with Iran.
It's a must-read for all parents.
I don't know how to talk to my kids about what's happening in Iran.
Well, what do you do with your fictitious children? I mean, they must be concerned.
They stay up on the news.
Okay.
Seth Mandel tweeting in response to this Times piece. The guy who threatened another Holocaust of our people and who had the means to try to carry out is gone. I hope that's okay with you kids. That's how you talk to him.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
In 2019, Illinois became the abortion capital of the Midwest. But what are you going to do about it? Join thousands at the largest pro-life event in the Midwest, Saturday, January 11th at the March for Life Chicago. Hear from keynote speaker and abortion survivor Claire Caldwell, the Chicago Bears' Pat McCaskey, Cardinal Supich, and many other pro-life leaders. Check out new and expanded events all day, including the convention at the Congress Plaza Hotel, a youth rally, the March for Life rally and March at Daly Plaza, a dinner banquet, even swing dancing into the night. Purchase your tickets to the banquet and cocktail hour, sign up for a free fast pass to the convention, and find out more at marchforlifechicago.org. The 2020 March for Life Chicago theme is Life Empowers. Pro-life is pro-woman. The voiceless need a voice. March for babies, march for women, march for life. Visit marchforlifechicago.org today. That's marchforlifechicago.org.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. In the aftermath of President Trump's order to kill Qasem Soleimani, the leader of Iran's Quds Force and a terrorist, a lot of attention is being paid to an interview I conducted with then-candidate Trump in September of 2015. At that time, Trump was not familiar with Soleimani and admitted as much. But he added a clue to his thinking then, citing a story written about his unpredictability. Trump told me, you don't want to let people know what you're going to do with respect to certain things that happen. You don't want the other side to know. What Trump has demonstrated time and time again is the strategic value of this unpredictability combined with a willingness to use force. It has restored U.S. deterrence. The death of Soleimani is a reminder to Iran and to the watching world that it challenges the United States at its great peril. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
The Pepperdine School of Public Policy, America's unique graduate leadership degree. Learn more at publicpolicy.pepperdine.edu.
Dan Proft here along with Amy Jacobson.
And we wanted to take just a minute to say thank you to each and every one of you who participated in our annual Food for the Poor campaign over the past 6 weeks.
Because of you and your generosity, we were able to raise more than $215,000 to provide food for an entire year for displaced Venezuelan children and their families living in Colombia.
We especially want to thank the many business benefactors who supported this campaign. Now, when you hear their commercials running on this station in the coming months, please support their business as a way of thanking them for their generosity.
Just because the Christmas season is over, that doesn't mean that the need has gone away. You can still make a tax-deductible gift of any amount to Food for the Poor by calling 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
And on behalf of all of us here at AM 560 The Answer and at Food for the Poor, thanks again for your generosity.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. If you need windows, call the exterior experts.
Call Crumweedy.
Mark Olson and Greg Olson of Crumweedy. Well, they run a third-generation family business that's been doing Chicagoland exteriors now since 1953. And for them, it's all about trust, and they truly share your values. Why windows from Crumweedy? Now, Crumweedy windows are not offered anywhere else in Chicagoland. They are exclusive, and that's why they can offer a lifetime material and labor installation guarantee. A lifetime. That's a great investment for your home. Windows from Crumweedy are Energy Star rated, unlike most other windows. Also, the vinyl windows are 100% virgin vinyl. You're getting quality windows with a lifetime material and labor installation. Now, if your windows are needy,
call Crumweedy.
630-595-8020. The name is not easy to spell. Just remember this. WindowsAreNeedy.com. WindowsAreNeedy.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You ever notice how the left is unable to call terrorists and fascists, but they're very freewheeling when it comes to calling people they disagree with terrorists and fascists? To wit, Elizabeth Warren on The View at 5:38.
And later, if you're a Browns or Bengals fan, listen up. You might qualify for medical marijuana. It's the greatest story ever. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
19 degrees, a wind chill of 6 above. Iran's foreign minister says they don't want to escalate things after launching 15 ballistic missiles at U.S. troops in Iraq. President Trump will address the nation this morning about the attacks. We have 2 reports for you this morning, starting with Fox's Rick Leventhal, and then an update on the status of international airlines in that region from Fox's Jill Nato. First, Fox's Rick Leventhal.
After the strikes, the Iranian foreign minister sent out a tweet reading, Iran took and concluded proportionate measures in self-defense under Article 51 of UN Charter, targeting base from which cowardly armed attack against our citizens and senior officials were launched. We do not seek escalation of war, but will defend ourselves against any aggression. The Pentagon released a statement of its own saying, in recent days and in response to Iranian threats and actions, the Department of Defense has taken all appropriate measures to safeguard our personnel and partners. These bases have been on high alert due to indications that the Iranian regime planned to attack our forces and interests in the region.
Fox's Jill Nato now with the latest on how airlines are reacting to the news in the region.
A Ukraine International Airlines plane crashed near Tehran just hours after the Federal Aviation Administration banned U.S. aircraft from operating in airspace over Iraq, Iran, as well as the waters of the Persian Gulf. 176 people died in that wreck. Iranian state TV reports it was due to mechanical failure. The crash came soon after Iran fired off missiles at Iraqi bases housing U.S. troops. No indication the two events are related. But now France's airline Air France has suspended flights over the two countries. Australia's Qantas, Germany's Lufthansa, and Singapore Airlines are all rerouting their flights around the area. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Again, no survivors after that plane crash near Tehran from that Ukraine International Airlines flight. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says Iran is launching thousands of unsuccessful cyber attacks against websites of state agencies in that state. Boston Red Sox under investigation after a report the team was stealing signs during their 2018 World Championship season. 2 are dead, 5 hurt after a major avalanche at an Idaho ski resort. It happened at the Silver Mountain Resort in Kellogg. Names of the victims haven't been released. Search and rescue teams have been called off the mountain for the night and into the early morning. Relief on the way for Puerto Rico. FEMA announcing the president has signed an emergency declaration after the island was hit with yet another earthquake, this time a 6.4 magnitude shaker on Tuesday morning. Here in Chicago, no one in custody after 2 men were shot on Lakeshore Drive on Chicago's near north side. Police say the victims were traveling southbound in a Pontiac Grand Prix early this morning when a sedan pulled alongside and someone inside fired shots. Chicago man already charged with sexually abusing a girl last month at a motel in Naperville is accused of abusing another child at the same motel in the same month. Gabriel Melendez Morales was arrested last week after police say he had sexual contact with a girl he met online at that motel in the 1500 block of Naperville Road. Chicago sports, Flames over the Blackhawks, 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans later on tonight. Big Ten hoops Fighting Illini at Wisconsin. The news service of Dell. Dell Small Business Advisors offer real-time, tailored advice on the best productivity solutions. Right now, upgrade to Windows 10 and get up to 45% off select business computers with Intel Core processors. Call 877 by Dell. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity sees a robust economy.
You can't contradict that these are the best numbers of our lives.
So it was Jim Cramer, and he said no matter what you think of the president, there's no denying we are living in the best labor market in more than a generation. Well, we already know that. We've never had a better employment situation in the country than we do now.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Join thousands at the largest pro-life event in the Midwest on Saturday, January 11th at the March for Life Chicago. Visit marchforlifechicago.org for tickets and details about new and expanded events all day, including a convention, youth rally, the March for Life rally at Daley Plaza with abortion survivor Claire Culwell, Chicago Bears Pat McCaskey and Cardinal Supich, followed by a dinner banquet and swing dancing into the night. The voiceless need a voice. March for babies, March for women, March for life. Visit marchforlifechicago.org today.
Names matter. Your name, the name you've made for yourself, and the name of the company you represent. Because of you, they're names people can trust. That's why at 4imprint, every name and logo is printed with certainty. We pay attention to every detail because we know the way your name appears is the way it's remembered. So you'll know for certain that every item, from the right apparel to the most popular tech items, will be right the first time, on time, every time, at a great price, guaranteed. Because when you have passion, integrity, and certainty, the only name they'll remember is yours. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. That's the number 4, imprint.com. 4imprint. For certain.
Time's running out to win $5,000 a week forever from Publishers Clearinghouse. Enter now at PCH.com and you could win $5,000 a week for your life. Plus, after that, $5,000 a week for life for someone you choose. Don't miss your chance to win because $5,000 a week forever is guaranteed to be awarded on February 28th. Enter at PCH.com before it's too late. That's PCH.com. Better hurry if you want the next big winner to be you. Enter at PCH.com now. Entries due 2/25. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Limu, when we're not telling people that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, I've actually been moonlighting as a DJ. Check it! Here's the good part! Liberty, 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 liberty. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Get the best sleep of your life. Helix makes personalized mattresses to fit your unique body type and sleep preferences. Go to helixsleep.com and get up to $200 off during their holiday sale.
5:37 a.m. 560 traffic center time, and Jim Telemonti.
Where the Stevenson Expressway meets the Ryan, all ramps are open again. There had been closures for a couple of hours due to an overnight shooting, but everything is open there again. And the Eisenhower inbound ramp to the outbound Kennedy, that's reopened after an overnight closure for construction. You see no delays right now. Kennedy or the Ike. The Stevenson and the Ryan still look good. Bishop Ford traffic's building just a bit approaching the verge. I-57 is still clear. We have no tollway delays to report. There are some moving sweepers operating on the tri-state this morning. Northbound from Dundee to 22, there's moving work in the left lane. Southbound from Lake Cook to Sanders. The other tollways are clear. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonti on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Partly sunny and 25 today. Patchy clouds and 22 overnight. It's 19 right now, but with a wind chill of 6 above. Your next news update is at 6. Breaking news as it happens. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
I have PTSD.
On AM 560.
I'll have what she's having.
The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Let me ask the question again that I asked before Mike Scott's newscast. Ever notice how difficult it is for many leftists to call actual terrorists and fascists what they are, but who have no problem using those terms for standard issue GOP Pauls, inter alios, with whom they simply disagree? Ever notice that? I have. Why do you think that is, Elizabeth Warren? Why do you think that is?
They have to oppose every single thing Trump does, even if it's right, even if it's in our best national security interests. They have to rip on him and tear him down.
Oh, I understand oppose. I understand disagree.
Right, but
they can't call terrorists and fascists what they are, but they can use those terms to label, to smear people with whom they disagree with impunity, and we're supposed to take them seriously. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Why do you think that is? Remember, we've had this problem from Ilhan Omar. Some people did some things on 9/11, to President Obama's reluctance to use the T word, particularly if the terrorist in question was Islamic. And now Elizabeth Warren is the latest example of this, where she initially referred to Soleimani as a terrorist, and then she walked that back in. Why? Because she was getting heat from her Democrat socialist base, and that includes many members of the media. So she went on to The View yesterday.
And you watched it yesterday, so I didn't have to. I was busy at my yoga class.
Precisely. Meghan McCain, actually,
I like her.
shockingly, held Elizabeth Warren's feet to the fire.
I don't understand the flip-flop. I don't understand why it was so hard to call him a terrorist, and I would just like you to explain.
So, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your kind comments. You know, all three of my brothers served in the military. We've talked about this before.
I believe you respect the military.
And I know you do, too. This isn't a change. You're true. The question is, what is the response that the President of the United States should make, and what advances the interests of the United States of America?
Please answer the question.
At an appropriate time. He's part of a group that has been designated.
Is he a terrorist?
He is part of a group that's been designated.
So he's not a terrorist.
Of course he is. He's part of a group.
But she had to drag that out of her.
She wouldn't answer the question.
Of course he is.
She wouldn't answer the question. Then he's part of a group that has been designated by the State Department as a terrorist. Then, well, of course. I mean, so, you know, good for Meghan McCain for her doggedness and getting Elizabeth Warren on the record on the topic. And I think these things do matter. As a great man once said, words are the currency of politics.
And that great man was Dan Proft. Oh, I mean,
He's very quotable.
Really.
And
Let's hashtag that.
And also, we should call people and things what they are. People based on their behavior, and things what they are, so that we have a common basis on which we're having important conversations. And
what do they stand to lose by just telling the truth? He was a terrorist. He was a murderer, killed thousands, maimed hundreds, even people that you and I both know that were in the theater of war, and just say what it is. Is she going to lose her base or something? I don't understand.
Well,
help me understand.
Clearly, she was concerned politically. I mean, what's the other? What could possibly be the other reason for it? Randy in Lake Geneva, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I can't take credit for this, but I heard it somewhere that everyone on the left will not say that I am a patriot and I want what's best for this country. I mean, it's something that, they can't come out and say, or else they will lose their base.
Well, thanks for the call, Randy. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I guess they're allowed to use those words sometimes. They're just not allowed to apply them in a standard fashion. In other words, based on the conduct of somebody or somebodies, regardless of their political affiliation, faith, race, gender, orientation. So like I said, so they're happy to call GOP politicians who don't want to fund every social engineering program under the sun racist, fascist.
I'm so sick of being called that.
Domestic terrorists. If you defund Planned Parenthood, you're a domestic terrorist. But they're unwilling to apply that, or they're very reticent to apply that to, people who blow people up and otherwise murder people to advance a political and or religious agenda. It's just interesting to note, because it does demand the question, then why should we take these people seriously? How would you ever place any trust in individuals like that? How could you? Candace in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Congratulations on the new show, by the way, Dan. It's great.
Oh, thank you.
I think it's really easy to join with the mob and, yell like a pack of jackals. But, I mean, it's kind of hard for them to call somebody out, and especially on Twitter. I think they're a little bit frightened. I think they worry that somehow they'll get to them somehow. And so, I just think they're cowardly.
Well,
plus, I have to tell you, I am friends with some liberals, and I'm telling you, it is shocking to me how often I say, hey, did you hear about this and this? And they're like, no. They hear
they don't
nothing.
care. Right.
They are told nothing.
They don't want to hear, though. I'm telling you, it's too much
Thanks,
work,
Candace.
or maybe, I still ask them every day. They're so angry about Trump. Who are you supporting in 2020? Now is the time. Don't just say, you think it's magically going to happen that Trump's going to get out of office. You have to do something. And no, there's not one candidate that they're behind. They kind of like Kamala Harris, and then she's out, or Kamala, excuse me. Should get her name right. There's no one.
Well, so they sometimes they kind of like the Constitution. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they kind of like the founder. Sometimes they're just dead white men who have no relevance to our lives here in enlightened 21st century America. That's what you see going on with the impeachment.
I will tell you, though, what woke a lot of them is this whole gender fluidity and everybody using whatever bathroom they feel like. That pressed the button in a lot of people. That and the soda tax. That's all.
Well,
really.
Well, again, the challenge is to get people to go to sort of first principles to get to the premises here, because when we're talking about calling people what they are, that would include calling men men and women women, but based on chromosomal composition. And so, there's even some reticence to do that, except sometimes there isn't, and there's some divided opinion, but this is happening. This is devolving in real time. Here's the other thing, though. Here's what they're very comfortable doing. The Beltway big government media, they've been doing it since this strike on Soleimani. And remember what several people who have served multiple presidential administrations, Republican and Democrat, who otherwise enjoy a lot of respect, at least for their professional prowess, like General Petraeus, Paula Broadwell notwithstanding, is my point.
Well, we all have bumps in the road, man.
Comparing taking out of Soleimani to taking out bin Laden to taking out al-Baghdadi. Actually suggesting that Soleimani more important than the other two. And what was the reaction of the same people that are losing their minds over this to Obama's announcement that bin Laden had been taken out? Is it similar?
Not even close.
Hmm.
And then former Vice President Joe Biden sat down for an exclusive with Lester Holt and was asked about the killing of Soleimani.
President who says he wants to end endless wars in the Middle East is bringing us dangerously close to starting a brand new one.
You gave a point-by-point analysis of how you think the Trump administration has gotten it wrong in Iran. But let me ask you, your president and your intel folks come to you and say, we've got evidence of an imminent attack against U.S. troops, against U.S. interests. Would Soleimani even be on your list of responses?
Well, it depends on whether or not he was the essential part of the reason the attack was going to take place. I think, look, any president is having sat in the Situation Room for over 1,000 hours, going through a whole range of things the last 8 years. The question is, what's the second and third iteration of the first attack you make? Are you going to be better off or worse off? And so we don't know, at least I don't know, what concrete evidence they had about imminent attacks.
Do you give this president, a benefit of the doubt when he says there was intelligence of an imminent attack?
I don't give him the benefit of the doubt of anything.
You don't believe him?
He's not been, he could be true, but I don't give him the benefit of the doubt because he's lied so much about virtually everything.
Yeah, that's fine that you try to assess secondary and tertiary consequences and so forth. Right? You want to look down the road. Of course, that's true. Talking about Soleimani specifically, everything we know about him, well, that depends if he was instrumental in whatever was being planned.
This attack.
He was instrumental. He's been instrumental in planning everything that Iran has been a part of, every terrorist operation.
He was the mastermind behind all of it.
For 3 decades.
I know. That's why the Ayatollah was crying, because that was his man.
In addition to that, you have on the Crescent News Network, Christiane Amanpour interview and give platform to, just as they have been over the last several days, to Javad Zarif, who is the chief propagandist for the terrorist mullahs.
I saw her interview with Esper, but I didn't see this other one.
Crescent News Network's Christiane Amanpour interviews a woman who is a Iranian vice president for like women and family affairs. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to laugh.
Her name is Masume Ebtekar.
Sounds good to me.
She has a bit of a history when it comes to America. She was involved in the hostage taking back in '79. She said during the hostage crisis that she would personally be willing to put a gun to one of the hostages' heads and pull the trigger. She was the chief spokesman for a group of Iranian students who held those 52, part of the group that held those 52 American diplomats hostage.
And they're giving her a platform
at the U.S. Embassy in Iran for more than a year.
Oh, my God.
And here's the propaganda that Christiane Amanpour facilitated to go out in the airwaves of the Crescent News Network.
I'm saying that the American government, the American president, made a serious miscalculation. They made a serious mistake by assassinating, by taking this terrorist action against Commander Soleimani. And
we're the terrorists, of course.
And also to the Iraqi parliament the other day did deem the U.S. military a terrorist group.
And this is Iran's posture, of course.
We're working always for peace and stability in this region.
That's Iran's calling card, peace and stability. And why the Trump administration took out Soleimani?
That is the reason. That's the main reason that he was targeted, because he stood up against terrorism. He was a symbol of the demise of Daesh, and his strength, his charismatic personality, the fact that he was also very, very close to the people in his heart. I think that this is very important today for us.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry for your loss.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you miss the open enrollment this year? I can help you purchase a PPO health insurance plan at any time that eliminates the mandatory maternity coverage. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent producer for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other carriers. If you're over 50 and are covered by the Affordable Care Act, you're paying for maternity coverage every month whether you want it or not. In Chicago, the least expensive PPO health insurance plan under the ACA will cost $572 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $7,900 before your bills are paid at 100%. I can show you how to eliminate the mandatory maternity coverage and lower your monthly premium to $278 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $2,500 before your bills are paid at 100%. That's a savings of $294 a month and over $5,000 with my lower deductible. For a free quote and to see if you qualify, call me, Tom Marabali, at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
AmericanEagle.com has been fortunate to develop thousands of business websites over the past 15 years. Businesses just like yours. Don't think because they advertise on the radio and mention big clients like Portillo's, WeatherTech, and Dairy Queen that they won't give your small to medium-sized business the same great service. Small and medium-sized companies are a huge part of AmericanEagle.com's clients. AmericanEagle.com's continued success is because they're capable of a wide range of projects from small to extremely large. They view all clients as long-term partners on every internet endeavor. When you're looking for an experienced and reputable partner for any of your internet-related projects, consider AmericanEagle.com. They'll likely be able to show you a project they've already done that's similar to what your company needs. AmericanEagle.com, the only name you need to know for website development, hosting, and maintenance. You can reach AmericanEagle.com on the web or at 773-NETWORK. That's 773-NETWORK.
Restaurants come and go, and very few last. But when you find a restaurant that's served margaritas, fun, and fantastic food for over 2 decades, you can bet it's great. That's the one-of-a-kind landmark Cafe Salsa Mexican Grill and Tequila Bar in Countryside. Cafe Salsa offers daily lunch specials, happy hour in the bar, half-price house margaritas on Wednesdays, and on Monday and Tuesday, 2 for $22 dinner specials. Ready to eat? Try their Mexican-inspired influences on traditional fare like Cafe Salsa's honey chipotle glazed pork chops, amazing carne asada, or churrasco with mushroom salsa, fajitas, or the many flavorful shrimp, steak, and chicken dishes hot off the wood fire grill. Cafe Salsa's dining room is perfect for birthdays and family get-togethers, so check out their complete menu at cafesalsa.com or call 708-352-5100. Make your plans for lunch or dinner today at Cafe Salsa, 55th Street and LaGrange Road in Countryside, or cafesalsa.com.
Daily stress is a big deal. Fact is, the terrible impact of stress is very deadly and shortens our lives. Stressed individuals attract diseases, just like blood in the water attracts sharks. Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. I'm the show host of Health Quest Radio, the longest-running health news and science show in Chicago. And for over 33 years, we share practical concepts from a natural healthcare perspective to minimize the need for all those dangerous drugs and risky surgeries. Today, it's our dirt cheap adrenal stress index test. No blood, just spit. You know, most people flunk on their first go-around, signaling adrenal gland distress. And then following our stress-busting strategies, most individuals pass their second test with flying colors. So if you can spare a little spit, call and purchase your first dirt cheap adrenal stress index test, and we'll hold that same special low price for your follow-up test. Call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. 800-794-1855. And be sure to tune in to Health Quest Radio this Saturday morning at 11.
A business needs to be built on a great foundation, one with the framework of integrity and tradition. Chapel Design Build delivers just that, providing design build and general contracting services using Butler Steel Building Systems. Their projects dot the landscape from O'Hare to DeKalb. You see their work in office and warehouse additions, recreational facilities, large-scale distribution centers, and manufacturing plants all over northern Illinois. Partnering with Butler Steel Buildings, Chapel Design Build has developed an extensive subcontractor base and valuable market knowledge to get your quality-built project completed on time and on budget, ensuring your project is a success for your business and one that you will be proud of for years to come. The goal is to build lasting relationships with their clients using buildings that last from Butler. Get started on your next building project built with Butler Steel. Visit ChapelDB.com. That's Chapel D as in design, B as in build.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, well, I hope the newly minted couple will be very happy together. Representative Ilhan Omar's...
Wait, what happened? Is this the love segment?
Her ex-husband has remarried.
Oh, what? Wait, which one? The brother one or the
No.
father of her children?
The father of her 3 children.
Oh. That didn't take long.
37 days after their divorce was finalized, to be specific.
Can somebody say, rebound? R-E-B.
Well, or
O-U-N-D.
Just, looking to put that difficult chapter in his life behind him. It tied the knot to a nurse in a low-key ceremony in Somalia to avoid media scrutiny, according to the Daily Mail.
Okay, low-key service in Somalia. That was the name of one of your bands, right?
Low-key service? No, you're gonna have to own that one. Yeah.
Wait, I want to see. Do you have a picture of her?
But
you're gonna make me Google it now. Okay.
Well, I don't have a picture of her.
What's her name? His name again?
Ahmad Hersi. But the divorce. Do we ever get confirmation about her, Omar's relationship? I mean, not that I'm terribly interested in her personal life or her life in general, but the relationship with that Tim Minette that led to this consultant that she was allegedly having an affair with, according to the consultant's wife who filed for divorce. We never got that really hashed out. I would think that the press corps, being salacious as they are, would be interested in the all of the details here in this power couple or former power couple's relationship and how it broke apart. I mean, they cover politicians like the Hollywood Reporter covers actors.
Right. Well, they did. Ilhan Omar did funnel $150K to this alleged lovers consulting group. We do know that.
Well,
you want to know if they're still together?
That could be a professional relationship. I want to know if it's personal. I'm
interested.
It
looks personal. I mean, you don't. It looks very personal if you're in each other's space while you're dining in Los Angeles in a nice upper class restaurant. That looks a little personal to me. That just doesn't seem like a work event.
Well, I'm just glad her ex-husband has learned to love again. That's the important takeaway.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Enter Sandman, as in a judgment for Nick Sandman, 6:06.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
2-shot driving on Lakeshore Drive overnight. Chicago man charged with sexually abusing another girl in Naperville. Caterpillar planning to lay off some employees. And the Flames rally past the Blackhawks. WIND, Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
It was a slap. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Iran's supreme leader says before a big crowd about the missile strikes launched in Iraq aimed at American targets in retaliation for last week's airstrike that killed a top Iranian general. And Iran's president just tweeted, if it weren't for the general's war on terror, battling ISIS and others, European capitals would be in great danger now. And he added, our final answer to the general's assassination will be to kick all U.S. forces out of the region.
No U.S. casualties have been reported by U.S. authorities. 15 ballistic missiles fired overnight. 4 of them failed in flight. 11 of them hit inside the walls of 2 military bases used by U.S. forces. 1 of them hit in Erbil, and 10 of them hit at Al-Assad, that massive facility north of Baghdad. Now, this is another important note. The Iranian news agency is reporting 80 casualties as a result of those missile strikes. Now, that's not true. As far as we know, there are 0.
That's Fox's Rick Leventhal. At some point this morning, President Trump will address the nation. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, we're expecting to hear from the president today after he met with top military advisors at the White House last night, including Defense Secretary Mark Esper and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley. In a late-night tweet, the president wrote, assessment of casualties and damages taking place now. So far, so good. This is members of Congress are expecting a briefing today on the intelligence that led to the U.S. strike that killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tweeted she's closely monitoring the situation, adding, America and the world cannot afford war. Dave?
And Rachel, Democrats have been critical of the airstrike and the president's policy toward Iran. Congressman John Garamendi told Fox we must
de-escalate. And let's hit this, let's take a deep breath here. Let's take a look at what's going on.
Now, there was a plane crash before dawn in Iran's capital. A Ukrainian passenger jet slammed into the ground, caught fire. All 176 people on board were killed. Happened minutes after takeoff. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are fair in Chicago this morning, 19 degrees with a wind chill of 6 above. Northwest winds at 21 at 6:02. On AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A lakeshore flood advisory remains in effect until noontime for northwest Indiana's Lake Michigan shoreline. One person wounded following a shooting on the ramp from the Stevenson Expressway to the Dan Ryan Expressway in Chicago. The victim hospitalized but is expected to survive. No one in custody after two men were shot on Lakeshore Drive, Chicago's near north side. Police say the victims were traveling south early this morning when a sedan pulled alongside and someone inside fired shots. A man due in court later today after being charged with murder in the beating death of his infant son over the weekend. It happened on Chicago's southwest side where Joshua Juarez and a woman were arrested following the death of 9-month-old Josue Juarez. Authorities say the child died at a nearby hospital after being found unresponsive on Saturday. A Chicago man already charged with sexually abusing a girl last month at a motel in Naperville is accused of abusing another child at the same motel. Gabriel Melendez Morales was arrested last week after police say he had sexual contact with a girl he met online at that motel in the 1500 block of Naperville Road. Well, a coyote's doing okay after falling into Lake Michigan at Monroe Harbor. Police say emergency crews from Chicago were called out yesterday on report of that animal in the water. In the 100 block of North Lakeshore Drive, crews were able to pull the coyote from the water and then hand it over to Animal Care and Control. Flames rally past the Blackhawks 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans tonight. And how about those White Sox? Reliever Steve Cishek leaving the Cubs for the Sox, agreeing to a 1-year, $6 million deal. The news service of Ruby Tuesday. Fajitas are back at Ruby Tuesday. Stop in for fresh grilled veggie, shrimp, or chicken fajitas for only $7.99. Great flavors at a great price. Only for a limited time, only at Ruby Tuesday. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager still doesn't understand the impeachment.
No member came here to impeach the president. How does she say that with a straight face? But truth is not a left-wing value. What they always say he violated the Constitution, but what did he violate in the Constitution? Has there ever been an impeachment where only one party wanted the president impeached? No. This is unprecedented.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Greg, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother's heart attack.
Thanks. He's okay now, but it really got me thinking about my family. You know, could my wife still pay our mortgage if I had a heart problem?
Yeah, you should call my life insurance agent at Health IQ. They apply their exclusive Healthy Lifestyle Savings, which can save you up to 41%.
41%? That's huge.
Yep, I literally got $1 million in coverage for just $36 a month. You should check it out at healthiq.com/easy. healthiq.com/easy.
Time's running out to win $5,000 a week forever from Publishers Clearinghouse. Enter now at PCH.com and you could win $5,000 a week for your life. Plus, after that, $5,000 a week for life for someone you choose. Don't miss your chance to win because $5,000 a week forever is guaranteed to be awarded on February 28th. Enter at PCH.com before it's too late. That's PCH.com. Better hurry if you want the next big winner to be you. Enter at PCH.com now. Entries due 2/25. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
There's a place where you can get custom metal products. If you manage a commercial kitchen, hotel, condo building, or food-grade manufacturing plant, then no matter the type of metal or size of the project, the skillfully trained fabrication team at Vans Industrial has you covered.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. Custom metal fabrication is the backbone of my company. We fabricate stainless steel countertops, wall coverings, hoods, landscape planter boxes, industrial fan housings, and more. Vans Industrial uses all types of alloys like carbon steel, aluminum, brass, and polished stainless steel. And we have a laser cutting machine. Our laser can customize almost any project. Our team can design, fabricate, and install your project today.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND for a free inspection of your facility. That's 833-VANS-IND or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
Staples has a huge selection of ink and toner in stock at low prices. This week, all HP ink cartridges are buy one, get one 30% off. Save on your office essentials at Staples. There's a whole lot more in store. Offer ends 1/11/20. Restrictions apply. See store or staples.com/ink savings. Staples.
6:07 AM 560 traffic center time, and Jim Telemonte.
Inbound Eisenhower, traffic is slow from Mannheim to Des Plaines Ave. I know it's getting a little congested as well, approaching the Burns Circle. 33 minutes. The drive time, 390 to downtown. Outbound 29. The Edens is good. Kennedy inbound traffic's building a little bit around Cumberland. We're not seeing any real significant backups. Inbound Stevenson traffic 74 Central to Pulaski. 37 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ramps at the Ryan are open again. There were closures overnight due to a shooting. Inbound Ryan, delays 95th to 83rd and 18th into the circle. It's 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 good, Bishop Ford. Delays start at 103rd. It's 21 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. That's traffic. I am Jim Telemonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. A partly sunny day ahead. Still chilly, high of 25. Currently 17 degrees at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Got the Covington kids jumping around to this. Yeah, the Sandman, he's come. CNN.
Oh, this is the best part.
Eggs.
Come on, Justin.
Big cash settlements. CNN settling the libel suit that Nick Sandman of Covington Catholic High School in Kentucky brought, along with similar suits against the Washington Post and NBC. Those are pending. Undisclosed number, but the CNN complaint against CNN that Sandman filed, $250 million. That was the demand.
Right.
Obviously, whatever he got is probably a small fraction of that, but still substantial, and CNN didn't want to go to trial. And they shouldn't want to go to trial because their coverage, and that goes for the WAPO and NBC too, shameful. There were a lot of disgusting, disgraceful
comments made about him.
Episodes with respect to the media in 2019. Jussie Smollett here in Chicago would be a good example too. Took a while for the press corps here to get that story right. And it took a while for the Beltway outlets to get the Covington Nathan Phillips story right too. And they absolutely smeared this kid and all the kids at that high school. And remember what the fallout was once the media turned its blowtorch on Sandman and the other kids and the school. Go after these kids. Go after the universities where these kids are scheduled to attend and try to get them, bounced or if they haven't received their decision, try to get them not admitted.
I mean, it was almost evil. It was sinister.
Almost evil?
Okay, it was evil. It was Mean Girls.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I mean, this is really one of the most despicable incidents of mobocracy that I can recall, media-led mobocracy that I can recall. And it would have been so easy to get the story right. All you had to do
was play the entire tape.
All you had to do was be intellectually curious. Look around to find the entire episode. Look around to find context before you delivered your verdict.
I mean, Nicholas Sandman, he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he was the only adult in the room.
Some of the other kids were adults, too, actually, the
Yeah.
Covington kids. There's a great video that was produced by Sandman's attorney. Her name is Lynn Wood.
Mm-hmm.
And goes right from the beginning to the media coverage that precipitated the lawsuit and represents, it's great because it represents a permanent record on some of the most shameful conduct.
Well, they're even getting death threats at their high school.
I'm talking to you, S.E. Cup, Republican on CNN. What a joke.
On January 18th, 2019, in Washington, D.C., the very first Indigenous Peoples March was scheduled at the same time as the 47th Annual March for Life. Students from Kentucky's all-boy Covington Catholic High School were instructed to meet on the stairs of the Lincoln Memorial to await their bus home. Many of the boys were wearing Make America Great Again hats, which were acceptable attire for the pro-life event they had just attended. A few yards away were 5 black men who identified as Hebrew Israelites. This known hate group was already preaching racial slurs at indigenous marchers.
You're not supposed to worship eagles, buffaloes,
That's right,
rams,
right.
all types of animals.
That's right.
This is the reason why the Lord took away
Black
your
Hebrews
land.
and Native Americans.
Indian means savage. You know where that name came from? You know where that name came from? It came from the so-called white man.
It does not mean savage.
Indian means savage, brother.
I don't know where you got that from.
Look it up, brother.
I did look it up. I'm a historian.
You'll find it out for yourself.
This is the problem, Israel. There's always our women thinking they can come and distract things with their loud ass mouth because they not used to dealing with no real men. You nigga, get your old Uncle Tom ass out of here.
That's the damn Uncle Tomahawk.
That's right.
That's Uncle Tom's. Your Uncle Tomahawk.
That's right.
Got your head up the white man's ass.
Curious, a few of the Covington students moved closer to hear what the Israelites were saying.
Bring y'all crack ass up here and make a statement. Tell them come over here in the lion's den. You little dirty ass crackers, your day coming.
Without incident, the boys returned to their group, which was expanding as more students arrived at their meeting spot. The Israelites did not stop.
On the back of your dollar bill, it says, "In God we trust," but you give faggots rights. The Bible condemns homosexuality, man.
They're still
So
humans.
guess what? This is a bunch of future school shooters.
Bro, how you gonna tell somebody to go to shoot up a school? That's like really weird, bro. That's
North
racist, bro.
America.
So you have to go back and remember, so we have some institutional knowledge here, how obvious this story was if you looked. The Black Hebrew Israelites and these Native American protesters, marchers.
Indigenous Peoples Day.
Yeah.
Whatever, yeah.
It was a conflict between them. The boys are standing off to the side waiting for their bus.
Yeah, to
They
go
see
home.
this ruckus. They, approach, and this is all on video. They approach, but they're a good 30, 40 feet away, and then they get verbally accosted by the Black Hebrews, your school shooters. Notice these terrible MAGA-wearing kids from Covington Catholic High School. When the Black Hebrew Israelites, one of them, used a slur against gay people, they booed him. Terrible people, these kids. Now enter Nathan Phillips, the chief antagonist in the story.
Are the buses here yet? Where are the buses?
After nearly an hour of enduring the verbal attack, the boys asked their chaperone if they could perform one of their pep rally chants to drown out the hate group. The chant attracted the attention of a group of Native Americans led by veteran activist Nathan Phillips. Though Mr. Phillips later claimed he was trying to get to the Lincoln Monument, he bypassed the most direct and unobstructed pathway and went straight to where the Covington boys were standing.
Look at the hats. Look at our Make America Great Again hat.
They began to celebrate by chanting and dancing to the beat. Is it possible that the boys saw the Native Americans as allies, stepping in to help drown out the Israelites?
There was a group of over 200 young, angry white men, and they were facing down just 4 black individuals. And it was coming to a point where a snap of the finger could have caused them kids to descend on those 4 individuals.
Oh my gosh.
More Nathan Phillips.
What the hell is going on here? Now this is a peace circle? Ain't gonna be no peace until blood is shed. Why you being mean? Get out!
When I went in front of that mob and what appeared to be their prey, all that hate and anger transferred to me. And the images were the same images that I seen on the folks that were doing the lynchings, and the scorns and the scowls that were on the pictures there. That's what these young people's faces looked like. It was scary.
This is reported by all of these outlets breathlessly, at least in the initial hours and days after this incident went viral. And then Nathan Phillips confronts Nick Sandman.
Mr. Phillips began moving to his right, down a line of boys, eventually stopping face to face with Nick Sandman. The young man remained where he had already been standing, placing his undivided attention on Mr. Phillips, who never once tried to move beyond him. It's worth noting that Nick Sandman was standing on a higher stair, making his small size appear much larger than he actually is.
We are hearing from a Native American elder and Vietnam War veteran speaking to CNN after a disturbing viral video shows a group of teens harassing and mocking him in the nation's capital.
The Native elder was identified as Nathan Phillips, a member of the Omaha Nation and a Vietnam vet.
Phillips describes the tense moments now being replayed over and over again online when a young man got right in his face. Watch.
That's CNN's reporting. And then the accusations, the story that Nathan Phillips invents, and that story amplified.
It was believed by everybody in the media.
And
because
right.
sometimes, as a reporter, too, you have to know that sometimes people lie.
Especially,
just to get attention or anything,
especially
to promote
if,
their cause.
Especially if you did any back checking on who this guy was. Does he have any credibility? Is this somebody that we should take seriously?
Was he really in Vietnam?
All questions that ultimately got answered, didn't they? And one of the accusations was that the kids were chanting, "Build that wall," in the direction of the Native Americans, including Phillips.
When that young man blocked my retreat, he put himself in front of me. So I stopped, and I thought, okay, I'm going to take another step, but he wouldn't move. I took another step, he wouldn't move.
You feel you were blocked?
Oh, I was blocked.
You mentioned that the youth kept chanting, build the wall. Now, this is astounding, given the fact that you, a Native American, and yet they're chanting, build the wall.
It makes little sense to angrily chant, build the wall, to a population with literally zero illegal immigrants.
Okay,
who were here
Cup.
long before we
Okay,
were.
SC Cup.
After watching every video posted from that day from every possible angle, I've yet to see or hear one Covington kid utter those words. I did, however, find a clip of the Israelites saying this.
Well, look at these dirty ass crackers. Can't stand in the damn sun for 5 minutes.
That wall. Why you don't build the damn wall?
So if you want to make America great, because for you white people, go back to Europe where you came from. This is not your land.
So it was the black Hebrew Israelites.
That said, build the wall. Yeah, you can hear them in there.
The instigators that were facilitated by the antagonist, Nathan Phillips. People should remember the specifics of this incident and share it. Think about if this was your kid and he was just put into an international crucible by a bunch of charlatans and thugs and racists. And enough about the media. I'm talking about also the black Hebrew Israelites and Nathan Phillips. In point of fact, Nick Sandman, in that moment, tried to de-escalate the situation, as the video shows.
This is a critical moment that was omitted from the mainstream narrative.
Get the out of my face with that shit.
It's not bullshit.
It's proven, man. Come on.
It's proven.
It appears as though Nick is trying to hush his schoolmate to show more respect to Mr. Phillips. And that was that. Their bus arrived and the students went on their way.
And that was it. But it wasn't it, of course, because then the thing blew up.
And then they got a call from the principal while they were driving en route back to Kentucky saying, what is going on here? And by that time, People had already formed their decisions because they were only given certain amounts of information.
And we were ready to start building monuments of Nathan Phillips if the Beltway big government media had their way.
And what do we know about Nathan Phillips?
Yeah, Nathan Phillips, who a Vietnam veteran, as he was described in the initial hours and days. And then you had our friend who looks at cases of stolen valor, looked at Nathan Phillips's military record. This wasn't the media doing it. No. This was a dedicated veteran who focuses on people falsely claiming military service and not just members of Congress.
There has been some question about the nature of your military service, and this is a good chance to clear it up. Some have said that you were a Vietnam veteran. I don't believe you have said that. What exactly is the nature of your service?
What I've always said is I've never stepped foot in South Vietnam.
I'm a Vietnam vet, and I served in the Marine Corps 72 to 76. I don't talk much about my Vietnam times.
When I come home, those times, I got spit on, actually spit on, called a baby killer.
So to be clear, you did not serve overseas.
I don't know how much clearer can that be?
He served as a refrigerator technician in Nebraska and California. Never deployed to Vietnam.
So when he came home from Nebraska, is that what he meant? He was called a baby killer? I don't think so. And then the celebrity mob piled on Nick Sandman. It wasn't just you take the quote-unquote legitimate media, and then you layer on the Kathy Griffins and the Bill Maher's.
People that are supposed to be adults were saying things like, this is the face of white patriarchy, this 16-year-old kid.
Or what Reza Aslan said.
Yeah, or Reza Aslan said, have you ever seen a more punchable face? Kathy Griffin was saying, I need names, shame him, dox him. How do these people not understand the implications of that?
I blame that f***ing kid. What a little smirk face.
Smirk face. And just to conclude, this exchange after the fact, after the truth came out, and Nathan Phillips' story fell apart, and the media's reporting fell apart, you had the deep thinkers on The View, Whoopi and Joy Behar, trying to figure out how could this happen? Why do we keep getting it wrong?
Just a simple search. Just search. You would have found it all.
Is it that we just instantly say that's what it is based on what we see in that moment and then have to walk stuff back when it turns out we're wrong? Why is that?
If that means there's going to be some collateral damage, ruining the lives of kids, high school kids in Kentucky and their families.
They made their lives hell. I mean, can you imagine you work so hard in high school, you get into the college of your dream, and they actively went to admission offices at different universities trying to get these kids kicked out. I mean, that is sick.
And doing so, making them an international public spectacle. Nick Sandman specifically, quote-unquote, smirk face.
Yeah.
International public spectacle to make him a social pariah for life. Tell me there is something more egregious than this case.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Tired of your winter routine? Escape during Apple Vacation's Great Winter Event and save up to $400 on your next vacation. Visit all-inclusive Iberostar hotels and resorts in Mexico and the Caribbean. Book now and one child stays free. Plus enjoy more great winter event extras at Iberostar hotels and resorts. Affordable choices, endless adventures. Apple Vacations. Contact Carey Travel Express or visit careytravelexpress.com to book today. Valid at participating resorts when booked by January 31st for travel through October 2020. Restrictions apply.
When it's cold outside, you can dress for it. But when your furnace gives out, hey, a blanket fort can only do so much. So call your local 1-Hour Heating and Air Conditioning. We'll replace your old furnace with a new high-efficiency one. And that beats a bunch of blankets any day. Right now, cozy up to big savings on a complete heating system. Call 855-1-HOUR.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1-HOUR.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
All right. I'm back on Balance of Nature. A few weeks ago, I had to stop taking it because my doctor said, I want you to stop with everything. And you know what happened? I got so sick. I had everything you could imagine. Sinus infection, cough, the flu, stomach flu, everything. And no more. I need to build the immune system. And to help boost your immune system, you have to eat well. And that means being honest with yourself about the fruits and veggies that we know you're not getting enough of. So do what I started doing again, and that's take Balance of Nature. 6 capsules of Balance of Nature. Well, you're getting 10 servings of 31 fruits and veggies. You hear stories right here on this station. People have come up to me and tell me how their lives have changed because of Balance of Nature. This one woman said her husband had a heart operation, started with Balance of Nature right when he was done with the procedure, and 5 years later now, still ticking strong. He looks great. They're in shape. They're happy. Their immune system is good and well, because they've been taking Balance of Nature, and you can too. So make 2020 a year of better health for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you the best pricing and free shipping. Plus, you'll receive an additional 35% off your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so do not wait. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or go to balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
It starts with the action on the court, moves to the crowd, and is described by the broadcasters and transmitted to you. The energy, passion, and excitement will make you shout out loud. Let them hear you. It starts right here on the Husky Sports Network. It's the Huskies against the Akron Zips this Tuesday night at 7 in IU basketball. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
I want to tell you about a new film that's now playing in select theaters but will be released everywhere this Friday. It's directed by Sam Mendes, and it's called 1917. Sam Mendes, great director. It's a great film. It's the story of 2 young British soldiers at the height of World War I. They're given the impossible task to cross enemy lines to deliver a message that could potentially save the lives of 1,600 of their fellow soldiers. I had a chance to see the film, and I saw it at River East down in Streeterville, AMC River East. And I highly recommend it. I mean, it's going to be one of those war films that sticks with you, like so many great war films over the years that cover all of humanity's armed conflicts. This is a good one. Sam Mendes is a great director. He just won the Golden Globe for Best Direction on Sunday night. He's behind other films, including Skyfall, James Bond movie. Really good. The movie honors the sacrifice of an entire generation that fought in a war that is too often forgotten. The 2 leads in the movie are not action heroes, but ordinary young men who perform extraordinary acts of bravery. And there's some top-flight actors in the film as well, like Benedict Cumberbatch. Critics are raving about 1917, calling it a roaring tribute to heroism, best war movie since Saving Private Ryan. Forbes magazine is declaring it the best picture of the year. Don't miss 1917 in select theaters now and playing everywhere starting this Friday.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Mitch McConnell declares he's got the vote, so let's get this impeachment party started. We'll talk about it with Noah Rothman at 6:36.
But now let's head straight into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
17 degrees, a wind chill of 4 above. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott on AM 560, The Answer. Lakeshore flood advisory remains in effect until noon for northwest Indiana's Lake Michigan shoreline. Iran's supreme leader says his country's missile strikes on 2 Iraqi bases where U.S. troops are stationed dealt a slap in the face to America. Reporter Matt Bradley on the ground in Iraq on more that could happen next.
If the Iranians stay by their word and say that they're not going to strike again as long as the United States doesn't strike, and if, as the president said, all is well and they're not upset by this attack, no Americans have been killed, this could be the end. If this is really wrapping this up and giving this as a gift to both sides, it sounds too good to be true.
Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul says the Iranian missile strike on 2 U.S. bases is not surprising, considering the recent heightened tension between the U.S. and Iran.
I'm very worried about this. I hope and pray that none of our soldiers are injured or killed. But this has also been predictable. I think this maximum pressure campaign where we give no off-ramp and there's no ability or attempt to engage, I think it's been a failure.
Meantime, there are no survivors after a passenger plane crashes near Tehran. Around 180 passengers and crew on board that Ukraine International Airlines flight, a Boeing 737 bound for Kiev. Governor Greg Abbott says Iran is launching thousands of unsuccessful cyber attacks against websites of Texas agencies. Relief is on the way for Puerto Rico. FEMA announcing the president has signed an emergency declaration after the island was hit with yet another earthquake yesterday morning. 2 are dead, 5 hurt after an avalanche Tuesday at an Idaho ski resort. The avalanche swept through the Silver Mountain Resort in Kellogg. The Red Sox are under investigation by baseball after a report the team was stealing signs in the 2018 World Championship season. Evan Dreilich is with The Athletic.
What these video replay cheating systems allowed teams like the Red Sox to do was to crack that code. You were able to immediately take down this rather elaborate defense that the pitcher and the catcher had set up.
The Red Sox were already fined by the league in 2017 over allegations Apple Watches were being used to convey opposing teams' signs. Here in Chicago, no one in custody after 2 men were shot on Lakeshore Drive this morning on Chicago's near north side. A woman is accused of shooting her uncle last week in Evanston. Aisha Perrin has been charged with 1 felony count of aggravated battery with a firearm. Caterpillar planning to lay off employees. The company announcing temporary layoffs yesterday. Reports say the layoffs will apply to CAT's East Peoria facility. Flames over the Blackhawks 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans. Later on tonight, Big Ten hoops, Illinois at Wisconsin. Boy, what a heartbreaker last night for our Northern Illinois Huskies, falling at the buzzer to Central Michigan, 68-67. The news, a service of Nature Valley Sweet and Salty Bars. You'll love the new Sweet and Salty Minis. It's all one of the indulgent, savory goodnesses you know, now in a smaller size. And at 100 calories, snacking has never been so sweet. New Nature Valley Sweet and Salty Minis. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity sees a robust economy.
You can't contradict that these are the best numbers of our lives.
So it was Jim Cramer, and he said no matter what you think of the president, there's no denying we are living in the best labor market in more than a generation. Well, we already know that. We've never had a better employment situation in the country than we do now.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft here along with Amy Jacobson.
And we wanted to take just a minute to say thank you to each and every one of you who participated in our annual Food for the Poor campaign over the past 6 weeks.
Because of you and your generosity, we were able to raise more than $215,000 to provide food for an entire year for displaced Venezuelan children and their families living in Colombia.
We especially want to thank the many business benefactors who supported this campaign. Now, when you hear their commercials running on this station in the coming months, please support their business as a way of thanking them for their generosity.
Just because the Christmas season is over, that doesn't mean that the need has gone away. You can still make a tax-deductible gift of any amount to Food for the Poor by calling 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
And on behalf of all of us here at AM 560 The Answer and at Food for the Poor, thanks again for your generosity.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices, as low as $220 per eye, and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting LIKE to 350350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision for as little as $220 per eye. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 laser eye surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago.
What's that text again?
Text LIKE to 350350. That's LIKE to 350350 to schedule your free consultation today.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
636 in the AM 560 traffic center. Jim Talamonte.
In Joliet this morning, Briggs is closed right now between 3rd Avenue and
6:30 after construction crews hit a gas main. Joliet and Rockdale, the Brandon Road Bridge is still closed over the Des Plaines River. Traffic moves well on the Edens right now. Inbound Kennedy, a little congested around Cumberland. 22 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 21. Inbound Eisenhower with scattered delays. It's 35 minutes, 390 to downtown. Outbound 30. Inbound Stevenson now 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan runs 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 just a little heavy approaching the Verge. Bishop Ford at Stony Island. There's a crash in the left lane. 24 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. That's traffic. I'm Jim Calamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. In our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, we're seeing partly sunny skies for the Chicago area, high 25. Patchy clouds, low 22. Milder tomorrow, high 47. Watch out for Saturday, though. We're looking ahead a bit with a good chance of snow and ice. 17 right now. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Obviously, the biggest story is the escalating conflict with Iran, but we do need to talk a little bit about impeachment as well. I know it's not top of mind, even to Steny Hoyer, Pelosi's number 2 in the House, who forgot to include it in the agenda for House Democrats upon return to recess.
Yeah.
Return from recess.
You got his laundry list of items, and it wasn't on there. How's that happen?
And Mitch McConnell held a presser yesterday saying, I got the votes to get this party started. Now I just need those pesky articles that Nancy Pelosi is keeping.
I think some of you have already written this, but I wanted to make sure you understood that we have the votes once the impeachment trial has begun to pass a resolution essentially the same, very similar to the 100-0 vote in the Clinton trial, which sets up, as you may recall, what could best be described as maybe a phase 1, which would include, obviously, the arguments from the prosecution, arguments from the defense, and then a period of written questions, because remember, senators are not allowed to speak during the impeachment trial. So basically written questions submitted to either the prosecution or the defense through the Chief Justice. At that point, during the Clinton trial, the issue of the appropriateness of calling witnesses was addressed. Obviously, that is the most contentious part of one of these proceedings, and that'll be addressed at that time and not before the trial begins.
Yeah, it's important that he lays that out so people have some understanding of how this will proceed on phase 1. I don't know if I would go use that terminology exactly, but at least sets the table. Now, if Nancy Pelosi would just comply.
With regard to getting the papers, it is a rule of impeachment in the Senate that we must receive the papers. It continues to be my hope that the Speaker will send them on over. The House argued that this was an emergency. They needed to act quickly, that the President was such, apparently, from their point of view, such a danger to the country that they needed to really rush this through. And then they sat on the papers now for 3 weeks. I hope that'll end this week. I understand there's considerable discomfort among Senate Democrats, some of them expressing that to some of you, over the continued delay in sending it on over.
Well, and there's some frustration among Senate Republicans, too. We talked about it yesterday. Josh Hawley from Missouri drafting a resolution to change the Senate rules that McConnell referred to and put Nancy Pelosi on a 25-day clock to deliver those articles of impeachment.
And speaking of witnesses, President Trump was asked about John Bolton, his former ambassador to the UN and advisor, about possibly testifying.
Will you be okay if John Bolton testifies He indicated yesterday that he would if he is subpoenaed.
Well, that's going to be up to the lawyers. It'll be up to the Senate, and we'll see how they feel. He would know nothing about what we're talking about because, if you know, the Ukrainian government came out with a very strong statement, no pressure, no anything, and that's from the boss. That's from the president of Ukraine. The foreign minister came out with a statement that was equally as strong. And frankly, if you look at it and you look at everything, all they have to do is read the transcripts. You take a look, not just at one, you take a look at two transcripts. They were absolutely perfect. There was absolutely...
You know, he stuck the landing, we know, yeah.
For more on this topic, and then also, of course, the retaliatory strike by the Iranians last night, we're pleased to be joined by Noah Rothman, Associate Editor for Commentary Magazine, MSNBC, NBC News contributor, and author of the book Unjust, Social Justice and the Unmaking of America. Noah, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So you heard from McConnell, and obviously you've been following this with some detail as well. And is McConnell exercising sort of the right restraint and managing his caucus properly, or is it nearing the time where he is going to be pressured significantly more to give the likes of a Josh Hawley more of an audience?
I don't think Mitch McConnell feels much pressure from anyone, certainly not Democrats, and most likely not for members of his own conference. He seems to be playing this in the fashion that he thinks is most advantageous, and you have to say, based on the results of the event so far, that he's probably made the right calculations. I am of the mind that it better serves Republicans to at least make a demonstration that they're taking this seriously, that they don't have just a desire to issue some sort of a perfunctory acquittal after a really rushed process. Democrats clearly rushed the process just based on their own behavior. They're asking their Republicans in the Senate to slow it down. So obviously the political narrative is going to be that Democrats treated this as a political process with a political objective, and they didn't really take it as seriously as it should have been taken. Republicans would be wise to avoid that. And just over the course of the last couple of months, Freedom of Information Act requests from media figures have surfaced emails with pertinent information relevant to the investigation. Republicans would be wise to get out in front of that because it's better that they control the flow of information in a process that they manage now than it were to come out, some information, potentially damaging information, were to come out, say, in October of 2020 during a presidential general election.
But that'll make sense to me. And do you think, though, that Mitch McConnell has a pretty good and simple argument for popular consumption, which is, hey, we're going to follow the rules that were used with the Clinton impeachment. So that was the standard that was set back 20 years ago. Why isn't it good enough now?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty sensible argument. And just from a rhetorical standpoint, it's a sensible enough argument that it makes sense to, for example, Mitt Romney, Senator Mitt Romney, who said, I'd like to see witnesses called, but the sequence of events relevant to the rules that were established for the Clinton impeachment, which is opening arguments and reviewing the indictments, as it were, that were sent to us from the House, and then talking about witnesses and additional information. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. In the Clinton impeachment, you had 3 witnesses who were deposed. In the Senate trial, that didn't provide testimony to the House. So that's the precedent exists there for more witnesses, more information in the Senate trial.
But weren't those 3 witnesses videotaped? Their testimony was videotaped, yes. And they weren't live witnesses. So now you have Romney, as you just mentioned. He wants to hear from John Bolton. Some other moderate Republicans want the same. What does John Bolton know that's even relevant to all this? I mean, wasn't he there when the phone call happened?
I don't know. You don't know. None of us are privy to what John Bolton knows. He's been telegraphing that he wants to talk for a very long time now. Senate Democrats were litigating this case. They'd subpoenaed his deputy, a guy named Kupperman, and then they withdrew the subpoena in order to moot the case.
Right.
And the judge was still considering this up until when articles passed, at which point the venue in which he would ostensibly testify closed, and the judge said, well, this case is functionally mooted and dismissed. So that kind of gives lie to the notion that Democrats were interested in their testimony to begin with. I mean, John Bolton was never even subpoenaed. by the House. But he was willing to talk. And in his statement, he said, look, I was deferring to judicial review. Judicial review is not forthcoming now in the interests of, just good governance. I'm willing to talk if Senate Democrats want, or Senate Republicans want me to talk. And I think it would be everyone's interest to get his testimony out there. He's not going to, I don't think he's going to just spill his guts for no reason. He's deferring to judicial, or rather the president's executive authority, and that makes sense from his perspective. But again, I think it would be in the interest of Republicans to clear the air here. They want to be able to say, even if they don't think that there's anything there, genuinely or as a political narrative, they want to be able to say that they were as thorough as possible.
But it's going to be difficult if they open that door, the door that Mitt Romney wants open. Then there would be great pressure, great interest in really blowing the door open, and you would have some Republican senators, I'm certain, saying, okay, we're going to subpoena John Bolton, we're going to subpoena Mick Mulvaney, well, then we're going to subpoena Joe and Hunter and Schiff and the whistleblower, too.
Yeah, I mean, they possibly could. I think that would just be theatrics. And
well, I understand.
Probably.
Yeah.
And it would flirt with the narrative that Republicans are trying to avoid, which is that they were trying to treat this like a political theater, a process of political theater for political messaging purposes, and not as a fact-finding investigation, which is the same thing they charged Democrats. I mean, it's a cynical play. They could invite that charge. They probably won't get any consequences from it from their core base voters, but it's a risky game.
Switching gears and going to the ballistic missile strike by the Iranians on two bases where U.S. troops are staged in Iraq last night. Was that on the order of the retaliatory strike you expected from Iran?
I mean, it was on the order of the retaliatory strike I had hoped we would see,
right.
Say the honest truth. I mean, what we were looking for is something from Iran that Iran could claim credit for. What my fear was, there's no diplomatic off-ramp, right? So in order to save face out of this crisis, you had to see something out of the Iranian regime in retaliation. They don't have any other venue to do it outside of a military mission. But Iran could produce casualties if it wanted to. They have enough sophisticated guided ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, which were launched from Iranian territory, according to the Pentagon. They could produce casualties if they wanted to. I don't suspect that was the objective. I think this was de-escalatory. I think we've essentially established deterrence in the region. What I'm afraid of is a retaliatory response months down the line from Iranian proxies targeting civilians and soft targets in places like Western Europe and Latin America and inside the United States. I'm not worried about the theater in which United States service personnel are stationed in order to deter broader Iranian action that could actually really hurt. This is the kind of thing that looks like a big response, but is in fact not. Mm-hmm. It's a signal that they want to de-escalate the situation, draw down tensions, and Donald Trump seems inclined to take the opportunity, and he should. We will have essentially had the last word by taking an operational commander off the field, and the response is a display of cruise missiles. I mean, I think we can live with that.
And it's so strange because according to Fox News, the Iranian government is claiming that 80 casualties reported from these, 15 fired, 4 failed, but that hit the 2 air bases. So do you have any idea what time President Trump's going to come out and when they're going to have their report done about damage assessment?
I do not. What I've seen is preliminary indications from base commanders that there were no American casualties, and I think it's disputed as to whether or not there are Iraqi casualties, but I haven't seen information relating to that either. So in the event that there were no casualties, and we saw something from Foreign Minister Javad Zarif yesterday suggesting that this was the end of a conventional response to the Soleimani's killing, which suggests that everybody wants to back away from the precipice here. But this was a long time coming, and this was absolutely necessary. Iran was entirely undeterred. This is the climax of a campaign of violence, piracy, attacks on American interests, and rockets raining down on U.S. positions. Deadly attacks, one of which killed an American contractor and wounded 3 Americans. And of course, the siege to our embassy, which got in the building, which burned the place, which threatened our diplomatic presence in Baghdad. There was going to be a response to these series of escalating provocations. What we did was probably the maximum response that you could see without generating a much broader Iranian response. And this is what Iran has decided to do as a measure to demonstrate its hostility, its frustration, and its capacity to execute, to inflict some pain on the United States. But it really is much more of a display than an operational or strategic operation. I think that's a victory for the administration, and they would be wise to treat it like one. They would be wise to take this gift and walk away, because we can manage Iran's proxy forces. We can harden targets. We want to avoid is conventional direct conflict with Iran, and I think we're avoiding it.
Treat it, not tweet it. How about that? I like that. I agree. Noah Rothman, associate editor for Commentary Magazine, MSNBC, NBC News contributor, author of the book Unjust: Social Justice and the Unmaking of America. Noah, thanks as always for joining us.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The Lou Dobbs Financial Report is brought to you by Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Boeing now says pilots need additional MAX jet training, and President Trump's tariffs are working. The November trade deficit fell to the lowest level in 3 years. Service companies saw solid expansion last month. Those stories are next.
Hi, I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. If you are a timeshare owner, getting out is probably a top priority. And now that annual maintenance fees are coming due, this ongoing burden and expense is at the top of your list. Thankfully, we can help. Let us do for you what we have done for thousands of others across the country. Our process is done legally, ethically, and quickly. Lone Star Transfer has a 99% success rate and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. We are a family-owned business and will personally make sure your experience is a pleasant one. Don't let another day go by with maintenance fees taking your hard-earned money. Give us a call for a no-obligation consultation at 844-284-4863. That's 844-284-4863. Or online at LoneStarTransfer.com. That's LoneStarTransfer.com.
In a reversal of its long-held position, Boeing now says pilots should undergo more training in a flight simulator before they try to fly its grounded 737 MAX jetliners. The Commerce Department reports the U.S. trade deficit in November fell to the lowest level in more than 3 years because of surging exports and declining imports. Tariffs are working. For the first 11 months of this year, the trade deficit ran below last year's numbers, putting the country on track for its first annual decline in the U.S. trade deficit in more than 6 years. And another sign the economy continues to expand, U.S. service companies grew more quickly in December than in the previous month. Steady consumer spending is driving those positive numbers, and it's another sign that the Trump booming economy rolls on. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 o'clock and 10 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hi, Barry Sterner, founder of your #1 home mortgage company, Townstone Financial. Want to close your loan quickly? Want to work with a company with the newest technologies in the mortgage business and get all this with great rates and low closing costs? Then look no further. The answer is Townstone.com. What else does Townstone currently have? How about the low interest rate Home Ready program and Home Possible for home purchases that come with free appraisals? We are also obtaining appraisal waivers on many types of refinances and purchases for conventional loans, which will save you over $450 in closing costs. Don't want to find your bank statements or pay stubs? Well, with our new technology, we can obtain these in many cases without you lifting a finger. Remember, it doesn't matter if you're searching for a jumbo mortgage, FHA, VA, or even a reverse mortgage. I guarantee no one is going to beat Townstone's interest rates and low closing costs, and I own the company. So give us a call now at 312-896-2110 because nobody values your home purchase and refinance business more than Townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is licensed in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, NMLS 136639, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org, equal housing lender.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I love the products. I haven't had a cold since I've started. My grandkids get sick all the time, and I don't catch what they have. I'm going to be 68 tomorrow, and I'm in great shape, and I'm very grateful. I know the balance of nature, the simplicity of it, and the purity of it has just been a tremendous blessing for me.
See how getting a variety of over 10 make a difference for you this year. To help you start your New Year's resolutions right, Balance of Nature is offering 35% off and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This New Year's special won't last, so call in now. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
If you maintain an industrial plant, you know your dust collection systems are a vital part of the operation of your plant. Without them, things can get dusty quick. And when your dust collection system malfunctions, the downtime can cost your plant money. Time to call the professionals at Vans Industrial for help.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, owner of Vans Industrial. At Vans, we work with many different types and sizes of dust collectors, from 1,000 CFM to 100,000 CFM. If your system needs housing repair, tube sheet, pulse valves, ductwork, or collection hoods, give us a call. Schedule an inspection today to keep things running smoothly and avoid costly downtime. And when you're ready for a new dust collector, we can design your system from the collection hoods to the stack for plants of all size applications.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level, to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND. That's 833-VANS-IND. Or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
Time's running out to win $5,000 a week forever from Publishers Clearinghouse. Enter now at PCH.com and you could win $5,000 a week for your life. Plus, after that, $5,000 a week for life for someone you choose. Don't miss your chance to win, because $5,000 a week forever is guaranteed to be awarded on February 28th. Enter at PCH.com before it's too late. That's PCH.com. Better hurry if you want the next big winner to be you. Enter at PCH.com now. Entries due 2/25. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents
And Doug.
Limu, when we're not telling people that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, I've actually been moonlighting as a DJ. Check it! Here's the good part! Liberty, 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 liberty. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Why are young people committing suicide at such an alarming rate? Is it perhaps addictions we don't see at 7:07?
And what qualifies you for medical marijuana? Well, possibly if you're a fan of this certain NFL team. We'll explain. But first, let's get into the news.
Bears?
No, sorry.
Lions?
I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll let you guess, but now here is Mike Scott.
A man charged in the beating death of an infant on the southwest side. A Chicago man charged with sexually abusing another girl in Naperville. And a woman is charged with shooting her uncle in Evanston. Fox will have the latest on Iraq and a presidential response coming up in a moment. WIND, Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Waiting to hear from President Trump. I'm Fox News. His only reaction so far to the Iranian missile strikes aimed at American targets in Iraq was a tweet that all is well. At some point this morning, the president will address the nation. There were no U.S. casualties.
10 of these missiles were successful in hitting their target. 4 of them failed, and 1 of them landed in the city of Erbil in northern Iraq. There is concern today about another response from the Iranians or their proxies. Many Iranian-backed Iraqi Shia militias do operate here and may target U.S. troops, as they have threatened throughout the week.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Baghdad. Iran's leaders have a lot to say. Fox's Simon Owen monitoring live from London.
Dave, Iran's supreme leader saying his country's military has given the U.S. a slap in the face. Iranian Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif calling the attack proportionate self-defense.
If the United States takes any further action, Iran will respond accordingly, and we will respond in a very harsh way.
Zarif saying Iran does not seek escalation or war. The Iranian president, meanwhile, saying Iran's ultimate response to last week's American airstrike will be to kick U.S. forces out of the Middle East. Dave?
Simon, Democrats have been critical of the airstrike and President Trump's policy. Elizabeth Warren told supporters at a campaign rally last night in New York City.
This is a reminder why we need to de-escalate tension in the Middle East
The House and Senate will get a briefing on the Iran airstrike later today. Also in Iran, a plane crashed and burned. A Ukrainian passenger jet, 176 people on board.
At about 8,000 feet, soon after takeoff, it suddenly plummeted to the ground. And Iran very quick to say it was a technical failure. People were on the scene very quickly, and they said, sadly, there were no survivors there.
Fox's Benjamin Hall. Fewer Americans are dying of cancer, and the rate of decline was the most ever in 2017, down 2.2% from 2016, according to the American Cancer Society. America's listening to Fox News.
15 degrees, a wind chill of 0 with northwest winds at 15 miles an hour. 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. One person wounded following a shooting on the ramp from the Stevenson Expressway to the Dan Ryan in Chicago. That victim hospitalized, expected to survive. No one is in custody. No one is also in custody after two men were shot on Lakeshore Drive on Chicago's near north side. It happened this morning when a silver sedan pulled alongside another car southbound on Lakeshore Drive, and someone inside that sedan fired shots. It's a draft task force obtained by the Associated Press, a report that says lightening Illinois' property tax burden by consolidating local government and ensuring that property tax assessments are standardized has been prepared. That task force was pushed by lawmakers who are skeptical of Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker's plan to ask voters this fall whether to adopt a graduated income tax structure. A Chicago man already charged with sexually abusing a girl at a Naperville motel last month is accused of abusing another child at the same motel. Gabriel Melendez Morales was arrested last week. Flames rally past the Blackhawks 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans later on tonight. Big Ten hoops fighting Illini at Wisconsin. In case you're keeping track, the Illini trying to halt a 15-game losing streak against the Badgers. The news is a service of Ruby Tuesday. Fajitas are back at Ruby Tuesday. Stop in for fresh grilled veggie, shrimp, or chicken fajitas for only $7.99. Authentic flavors that turn a meal into a fiesta. Only for a limited time and only at Ruby Tuesday. 7:03 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
With all the noise and political spin of the news cycle, it's easy for the things that really matter to get lost. Sources with knowledge cuts through all the clutter to bring you biting commentary on the week's events. This Sunday at 3 p.m., your hosts Eric Cohn and Joe Kaiser bring you insight on politics and policy, as well as culture, sports, food, and everything else you need, so you can understand what's happened this week. It's Sources with Knowledge this Sunday at 3 p.m. right here on AM 560. The Answer.
It's a real-world reality. Gunshots. Sometimes the results are tragic. Now, there's gunshot detection technology and active shooter countermeasure technology available right now. And it was developed for the U.S. government.
Hey, this is Mike Walsh. My company is Walsh Wireless. We are the Chicagoland dealer for gunshot detection technology. This gunshot detection system is nothing short of amazing, and it is highly effective. Who uses it? Government, healthcare, education, houses of worship, entertainment, and a lot more. There are no false positives, and that's good. The system can identify the caliber of the gun, so law enforcement can be prepared. This gunshot detection system can also work with your current security system to do a lockdown, instant notification, and more. Identify the gunshot and cut down response time. You need this. Gunshot detection technology from Walsh Wireless. Cost-effective solution to counter a real-world reality.
Financing available. Go to walshwireless.com. A proud IBEW contractor. walshwireless.com.
Hey, Greg, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother's heart attack.
Thanks. He's okay now, but it really got me thinking about my family. You know, could my wife still pay our mortgage if I had a heart problem?
Yeah, you should call my life insurance agent at Health IQ. They apply their exclusive Healthy Lifestyle Savings, which can save you up to 41%.
41%? That's huge.
Yep. I literally got $1 million in coverage for just $36 a month. You should check it out at healthiq.com/easy. healthiq.com/easy.
Time's running out to win $5,000 a week forever from Publishers Clearinghouse. Enter now at PCH.com and you could win $5,000 a week for your life. Plus, after that, $5,000 a week for life for someone you choose. Don't miss your chance to win because $5,000 a week forever is guaranteed to be awarded on February 28th. Enter at PCH.com before it's too late. That's PCH.com. Better hurry if you want the next big winner to be you. Enter at PCH.com now. Entries due 2/25. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
This is Attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649. or go to freeirsbook.com.
Staples has a huge selection of ink and toner in stock at low prices. This week, all HP ink cartridges are buy one, get one 30% off. Save on your office essentials at Staples. There's a whole lot more in store. Offer ends 1/11/20. Restrictions apply. See store or staples.com/ink savings. Staples.
7:07. AM 560 Traffic Center time, and Jim Telemonte.
In Joliet, work crews hit a gas main. Briggs is blocked between 3rd Avenue and 30, and Washington is closed for a 4-block stretch on either side of Briggs. Eden's inbound delay has started Devon, 22 minutes, Lyco to the junction, outbound 24. Kennedy, that's 26 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 24. The Eisenhower is now 42-minute trip, 390 to downtown, outbound 33 minutes. Inbound Stevenson delays start at Harlem, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 21 minutes, ID to the merge, Bishop 425. Traffic is heavy on the northbound Tri-State from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve, and on Lakeshore Drive northbound Roosevelt to Jackson. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1-hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Partly sunny for today, the high at 25. Some patchy clouds tonight, low 22, but temperatures rising into the 30s. Tomorrow, clouds and breezy, a bit of afternoon rain. The high tomorrow at 47. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
15 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. This is a pressing topic. I know there are a lot of political and geopolitical issues to discuss, but there are important cultural ones in this country, too. And this is a good piece by Richard Friedman in the New York Times. It's Dr. Richard Friedman to you, Amy.
Yes. Oh, okay, Dan.
He demands you call him that. He is a professor of psychiatry at Cornell. Why are young Americans killing themselves? Teenagers and young adults in the United States are being ravaged by a mental health crisis, and we're not doing anything about it. As of 2017, stats show that an alarming number of them are suffering from depression and dying by suicide. In fact, suicide is now the second leading cause of death among young people, surpassed only by accidents. After declining for nearly 2 decades, the suicide rate among Americans aged 10 to 24 jumped by more than 50% in the last decade. For the first time, the gender gap in suicide has narrowed. Still greater in males, but the rates of suicide for female youths increased by 13% each year, between that over that decade, compared with 7% for men, male youths. Rate of teen depression is up 63%. In 2017, nearly 1 in 6 teens reported at least one episode of depression in the past year. That's a doubling from a decade earlier. So how is it possible that so many of our young people are suffering from depression and killing themselves when we know perfectly well how to treat this illness, asks Dr. Friedman. So let me ask you. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Why are so many young people depressed to the point of suicide? Thoughts? I mean, you deal with young people all the time.
Every day. I just think that we've coddled them so much that they don't know how to be on their own. And when they realize, oh my gosh, mom and dad or grandma and grandpa are going to be there for me, it's depressing. And they think they're going to have to do it on their own. I also, I think that social media plays a huge part in it. I mean, I had a girl one time who was so depressed because somebody had said something about her on social media. And I said, do you like that person? No. Who cares? You'll be so much happier in life if you don't, let it affect you so much what other people think of you. They're just being mean, and it's so basic, and just be nice to others. But people forget that, especially when they hide behind social media.
Dr. Friedman addresses that. He says there is some evidence that girls who've shown greater rates of increase in depression than boys experience more cyberbullying because of their greater use of mobile phones and texting. However, most studies of digital technology and mental health are correlative. They cannot prove causation at this point, based on the research. But I mean, a correlative connection is not something to be dismissed. It's just perhaps not the driving force behind the spike. He goes on to some of the other answers you might immediately think. Drugs and alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
But he goes, in this case, they're an unlikely explanation, as the studies cited above controlled for drug use. In addition, there's no evidence of a significant increase in drug or alcohol use in young people during the study period. So controlling for that and not seeing a spike within that age demographic, drugs and alcohol, seems like it's got to be something else.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey Pro answer line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
What about Therapeutic America? Antidepressants and drunken kids.
Oh, that's right. All the Ritalin and all that. Everybody has a condition. So let's write another prescription.
I think we're sort of on the other side of the bell curve on that, though, and Friedman addresses that as well. There was he goes back to the black box warning for antidepressants back in 2004. I mean, so this is some time since this really started to get some public attention and documentaries made and so forth. And it's a legitimate area of concern, make no mistake. But he goes on to write, within 2 years of that FDA advisory, antidepressant use dropped by 31% in teens and 24% in young adults. He said, although its use has recovered somewhat after 2008, it's remained below levels that would have been expected based on prescribing patterns before the warnings appeared. So maybe that's part of the, these are all bits and pieces. I mean, we're talking about trying to address this at the macro. I mean, at the micro, individual cases, there's going to be some variance, of course. He goes on to say, the good news is that we don't have to wait for all the answers to know what to do. We know that various psychotherapies, medication are effective in treating depression. We just need to do a better job of identifying, reaching out, and providing resources for at-risk youth. And so his argument is more public awareness, more of an education campaign, and, of course, the resources to underwrite the public awareness and education campaign. Concluding, every day 16 people die from suicide. What are we waiting for?
How many?
16, 16. Every day. Perhaps, is there something else going on that he didn't cover, though? And I wouldn't have expected him to cover because he's coming from a strictly scientific perspective and therapeutic perspective. This piece that our friend of the show, Bob Woodson, wrote in The Hill over the Christmas holiday. mentioned this issue. And he pointed out that in Palo Alto, distraught parents have taken part in a quote-unquote bridge watch in response to a rash of teen suicides. Palo Alto. Silicon Valley. The suicide rate for youths in Silicon Valley is 6 times the national average.
Wow.
What's happening here? These are largely kids from, well-to-do to, uber-wealthy families, going to good schools in nice environments, around smart, successful other people, right? In the absence of hope and vision for their lives, writes Woodson, the sons and daughters of the wealthy have hurled themselves to their deaths. The poverty is not material. Is it possible that there is a spiritual component to this? They're not seeing purpose and meaning in their lives, but they're surrounded by what we tell people, young people too, will give you purpose and meaning, which is make money and acquire things. Well, they've already got that. So now what?
There's clearly a void in their lives. Obviously
Right.
something's wrong, but what is it?
Well, Woodson in his piece really provoked a lot of thought on my behalf, too. I hadn't quite thought about it this way. He talked to a friend of his named Bill Schambra, who's a policy wonk for the Hudson Institute. And listen to what Schambra said. So this is a smart, successful guy, too. He said, I always took away from gatherings where you go to poor neighborhoods struggling with addiction, visible addiction, drug addiction, struggling with high levels of crime. And you talk to the people that are trying to make their way or recover from being an ex something. He Schambra said, I always took away from these gatherings the feeling it was somehow related to the struggles that I faced in my own life. Struggles different from theirs only because they occurred on streets of more fashionable neighborhoods. I may never have been addicted to heroin or crack, but had I not in fact been enslaved to the other legal so-called acceptable chemical addictions? Had I not been hopelessly addicted at various points in my life to work, to scholarly credentials, to physical appearances, to professional success, political power, social status? I may never have been a prisoner behind physical bars, but had I not been in prison with my own inflated ego, my exaggerated notions of who I am, what I can do, my false presuppositions and prejudices about what others can do and who they are. I may never have prostituted my body for money, and thank God Bill Schambra didn't, because it wouldn't have worked out well for him. But far worse, how many times have I prostituted my spirit, my very soul, to achieve petty recognition, to win applause from the crowd, to impress a boss, to win professional advancement? You ask yourself those questions? I got a house, I got a nice family, I got a car, I got a job, I got social status, I got political power, I have success, I look good, I smell good, so on and so forth.
People just forget that they're loved. That's what I think. So I always try to tell people every day, you are appreciated and you're loved.
Well,
without sounding like a creep.
Yeah, but the question is, but the question is, are you in these sort of abstract prisons that Schambra's describing? And are these kids, these young people, in those prisons too, and they don't have the experience of an adult to find a way out? And perhaps, again, the support network to find somebody to help them find a way out. One thought. Dane in Highland, Indiana, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Aim.
Morning.
Pleasure to be on with you. Social media is absolutely the cause and the problem with teen suicide. Yeah. When Facebook and Instagram make all of the gratification immediate, nobody has to try anymore. The kids don't have to try. The human condition has to excel. It has to continue to improve. When everything's immediate, they don't have to do anything. And furthermore, drugs and alcohol are actually what kept me from falling into the leftism of college. So there is kind of a solution there. So I'm not advocating, I'm just saying.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Dave. It's counterintuitive, but okay. Amy and Gurnee.
Good morning. I think, in a time when we are supposed to be more connected than ever, I think people are more isolated than ever. And I think young people are missing out on the real relationship and the human connection that makes us all feel better about who we are and about being human. And I think that leads to suicide. I don't think it's just social media. I think it's social media that leads to this inability to communicate effectively and connect as human beings,
All right. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate it. And status that comes with, the number of dopamine hits you get from likes and so forth. I mean, maybe that sort of goes to
so sad.
An aspect of what Bill Schomburg is talking about. Had I not been hopelessly addicted to work, scholarly credentials, physical appearances, professional success, political power, social status. What about that question? Zach in Northwest Indiana.
Yeah, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. How are you?
Morning.
Good.
I was just thinking about the whole situation about the public school system that you guys talk about frequently. You've got kids going through school, the whole school career. They're being told doom and gloom constantly, and once you get out of here, you only got 12 years, and all that other situations like that. And, I mean, that has to put a big burden on a child growing up, wouldn't you think?
All right. Thanks for the call, Zach. Although, in the 50s, weren't you doing nuclear war drills and hiding under your desks?
Oh, yeah.
Amy, I'm asking you. I wasn't there.
My parents went through those.
Oh,
Thank
I see.
you.
Okay. Grandparents?
Parents?
Okay. All right. Just trying to, gauge what age you think you are.
Okay.
Or you're pretending to be. You're identifying as.
Well, my vitality age says I'm 10 years younger than I am.
There you go.
Thank you.
But yeah, so there was threat of thermonuclear war.
Right.
And you were actually doing drills in preparation for it, but it wasn't the same. So is that the proximate cause for the spike? You compare suicide rates between then and now? I don't know.
Right, now they do active shooter drills.
Well, yeah. True.
And hide and be quiet in the closet. It's just awful when I hear about it.
Well, I understand, but so the fear factor.
Right, there's always fear.
The fear factor
of
being a victim of violence, of the world ending, but that's not necessarily new. But the incidence of suicide is at these levels. Travis in Highland Park. Hey, Travis.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me, Dan?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I want to piggyback on what the last caller said and what you guys are talking about right now. In addition to the doom and gloom that they're being taught, they're also being taught that it's all their fault. I think that adds to the depression of the doom and gloom. The world is going to end in 12 years, and you're the cause of it. So that, I think, can increase the rate of suicide. I don't think it's the only cause in the macro sense, but there's no way it could not be a contributor.
That's a different wrinkle. Yeah. All right. Thanks for the call, Travis. Right there. That does present a bit of a different wrinkle. Pete in Montgomery.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy.
Morning.
So,
Good morning.
real quickly, self-esteem is derived from doing things worthy of esteem. And today's society basically says that the only things worthy of esteem come from keeping up with the Kardashians and all kinds of other social media nonsense, as opposed to something that's internalized from doing a good job or completing some tasks and earning the respect of your peers. So it's a matter of defining what is worthy of esteem that we've lost.
Thanks for the call, Pete. Tom in Deer Park.
Yeah, good morning. I don't know the answer, but I guess the question I would ask is how you compile statistics and quote-unquote define what a suicide is. And I'll give you an example. You don't have to go very far back in our culture and society where, for religious reasons, societal reasons, obviously, you wouldn't want a death tabulated as a suicide. And you would have the proverbial, oops, he was cleaning his guns in the basement and the family could move on, get a Catholic burial, and the life insurance would pay out. So I don't know the answer. I know we're talking about kids and not adults, but that's the question I would ask is, has this always been that way, but just a different way of defining it?
Okay, thanks for the call. I mean, it's fair to ask to question the methodology, the definitions. I don't know offhand, but I would assume that the sources that Friedman is using, Centers for Disease Control and the like, are doing apples to apples comparisons. Maybe I'm giving them too much of the benefit of the doubt, but I think we have to operate from that assumption because it's not just suicide, but it's also the incidence of depression and other expressions of mental illness. Art in Manhattan.
Yeah, I believe the old school way of being brought up, read a book. I think today's kids are entitled. They're not brought up the way we were. There's too much social media out there for these kids to see some of their friends that are successful, and they want to be like them or they want to be like a Kardashian. And if they feel they don't make it, then they decide that their life's not worth it. Thank you.
Thanks, Art. Dave in Homewood. Hi, Dave. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Given this a lot of thought over time. I mean, there was a bitter divorce before I came into the picture. He grew up that way. Somebody said that they don't feel like they're loved or they're isolated. I don't think it's that. So he had a lot of friends. I think there's a lot of different things involved. I think it's pretty much all the above of everything we've been hearing. It's no one single factor. I guess that's really all I want to say. I mean, there's a lot to it, and there's no simple answer to this.
Thanks for sharing that, Dave. We appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sorry about your loss.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably most people who've lived for an extended period of time know someone, maybe one family removed, where suicide has impacted their life. I certainly do, and you're right. They're not easy answers. I know families who've had a family member commit suicide, and it's not obvious. It wasn't easy to diagnose. There wasn't an isolation factor. There wasn't a self-esteem factor. So some of this is imponderable. There's no question. Not suggesting that either Dr. Friedman has all the answers, and frankly, he expressed humility in suggesting that we don't, which is nice to hear from a doctor. I certainly don't either. Just asking questions and trying to talk through it a bit. Margot in Burr Ridge.
Yeah, the fellow who called about the self-esteem thing, I think he's got a great point there. But I think also our society, the left part of our society, is confusing these kids terribly about what makes a good person. They are being told to the nth degree, charity, 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 give it away, volunteer, blah, blah. No. What people really want is what they've always wanted, things for themselves and their family. And these kids are being confused. They're told it's bad to want to accumulate wealth. You should be giving it away, taxing it away, and all of that. And then they're denying what they really want, which is things for themselves and their family. So they're so confused by the adults that it's when you add it up with all this other self-esteem issues and everything, I think it's very hard for them, and they just give up.
Thanks, Thanks, Margot. Didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you for the call. Randy in Crown Point, Indiana.
Morning, guys. I like these studies, but they have to go back to the 60s. And you have to look at the separation of church and state and the removal of God from everything. There's no accountability. And if you go back to the 90s and 80s, it was all the violence that we were seeing in TV. So TV was the fault. Now we're talking about depression and we're talking about social media. The root goes further back than that. There have been many studies done by Christian organizations that have shown that suicides as a whole society started in 62, 63 and start climbing, and they climaxed in the late 90s. And it's because we live in a godless society, no accountability, no afterlife. And if you have nothing to fear at the end, if I have a bad day, I'll just off it and it all goes away. And that's not the reality of eternity. And that's what people are missing. God.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Randy. We've got to go. Look, you're right. This is what I was trying to get to with the Woodson piece, the spiritual poverty piece. And if you have nothing to fear at the end or look forward to at the end, I would describe it, and nothing to serve throughout your time on this mortal coil. Appreciate all the calls.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, just as we're decrying materialism, we're going to turn to it when Steve Moore joins us at 7:37.
And later, new information about the Ukrainian Airlines flight that went down upon takeoff in Tehran. Now the Iranian government refusing to work with Americans. We'll explain. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Skies are fair this morning. We have 15 degrees, a wind chill of 0, and a lakeshore flood advisory is up until noontime for northwest Indiana's Lake Michigan shoreline. The president will address the nation this morning about the Iranian missile attack on U.S. troops in Iraq. The attacks were against bases in western and northern Iraq, and we get the latest this morning from Fox's Trey Yingst in Baghdad.
Overnight, 15 ballistic missiles were fired from Iranian territory towards a military base in western Iraq that does house American forces. According to U.S. officials, 10 of those missiles hit their target, 4 of them failed, and 1 landed in the northern Iraqi city of Erbil. Reports do indicate that Iran verbally informed the Iraqis ahead of these strikes, and we are getting some reaction today in Baghdad, where the Iraqi government has called this a violation of their country's sovereignty. The Iranians also notified Finland, a neutral intermediary, who likely notified U.S. forces. Here in Baghdad overnight, we saw extensive helicopter and fighter jet activity, a lot of military movement, but no strikes near the bases around Baghdad.
No survivors after a Ukrainian passenger plane with around 180 on board went down in Iran. It was a Ukraine International Airlines flight 752 from Tehran to Kiev. There were 63 Canadians on board that plane. 2 are dead, 5 hurt after an avalanche at an Idaho ski resort near Silver Mountain in Kellogg. Here in Chicago, 1 wounded following a shooting on the ramp from the Stevenson Expressway to the Dan Ryan Expressway early this morning. A man is due in court today after being charged with murder in the beating death of his infant son over the weekend on Chicago's southwest side. Well, how about we dance a little this morning? On Elvis Presley's birthday, King would have been 85 today.
What do you mean, would have?
Still in Kalamazoo, making peanut butter and banana sandwiches with his TCB band. By the way, they will be back together to celebrate the birthday today. Today is his actual birthday, but there are major events set for Graceland in Memphis on January 11th. Flames rally past the Blackhawks 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans tonight. The news, a service of Staples. Staples with a huge selection of ink and toner in stock and at low prices. This week, all HP ink cartridges are buy one, get one, 30% off. Save on your office essentials at Staples. There's a whole lot more in store. Offer ends 1/11/20. Restrictions apply. See store or staples.com/ink savings. Staples. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher isn't sure which side the Democrats are on.
The Democrats are virtually on the side of Iran, as the daughter of Soleimani has vowed that there is going to be a dark event happening against the United States as they are promising to literally attack the White House. The Democrats seem to be siding with our enemy.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan
Proft here along with Amy Jacobson.
And we wanted to take just a minute to say thank you to each and every one of you who participated in our annual Food for the Poor campaign over the past 6 weeks.
Because of you and your generosity, we were able to raise more than $215,000 to provide food for an entire year for displaced Venezuelan children and their families living in Colombia.
We especially want to thank the many business benefactors who supported this campaign. Now, when you hear their commercials running on this station in the coming months, please support their business as a way of thanking them for their generosity.
Just because the Christmas season is over, that doesn't mean that the need has gone away. You can still make a tax-deductible gift of any amount to Food for the Poor by calling 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
And on behalf of all of us here at AM 560 The Answer and at Food for the Poor, thanks again for your generosity.
For more than 50 years, Mueller CPA, a certified public accounting and business advisory firm, has been serving clients in Chicagoland. Dave Nissen, Mueller's managing partner, is here to explain Mueller CPA's history, journey, and opportunity.
Thanks, Dan. Our firm was started by Al Mueller as a one-person CPA firm in 1968. Through growth and partnerships, Mueller CPA has blossomed from a regional firm
to an organization that provides services worldwide. Mueller is a reflection of our years of listening and caring for our clients, and we would not be here today if it wasn't for our professionals and support personnel. We value the human side of our business and recognize it as being the most important element of our success. We are growing, we are hiring, and we welcome your interest in our firm.
If you are looking for your first opportunity or your forever career, join an award-winning team that cares about you. Visit the career page at MuellerCPA.com or call Dave directly at 630-524-5274.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
We're tracking with a developing story we just picked up from Ottawa, Canada. Residents are being warned to stay away from the area near the Canadian Museum of Natural History after several were injured in a shooting this morning. CBC saying 3 have been hospitalized so far. They are calling it an active shooter situation, but say the threat is contained, according to Canadian police. Keep our eyes on that story for you as Jim Talamonte keeps his eyes on the roads.
In Joliet, crews hit a gas main at Briggs and Washington. Streets are blocked in all directions at the intersection. Northbound Tri-State, it's jammed from the Reagan Tollway to Toohey. An earlier crash is cleared. But Adams Tollway, it's stop and go from Manheim, Higgins, and Rosemont with a stall in the right lane. Northbound Veterans Memorial, it's stop and go from 75th to the Reagan Tollway. Edens, 21 minutes like Cook Junction to Kennedy, 34 minutes O'Hare to downtown, little quicker than the Express. Eisenhower, 45 minutes, 390 to downtown. Stevenson, 52 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Minus 24 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 21 minutes, ID to the Merge, Bishop 425. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. In our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, partly sunny and 25 today. Patchy clouds, 22 overnight, but will warm up tomorrow, high near 47. It's 15 at O'Hare, 15 in Aurora, 18 Lakefront. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Retire Chicago. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 to Retire Chicago with John McNamara of McNamara Capital.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Amy mentioning before Mike Scott's newscast the development in that downed Boeing commercial airliner outside of Tehran that killed 176.
And it took off at 6:12 a.m., and that's a few hours after they stopped the missile strike. So they don't know. They're saying originally it was a technical error. But the plane is made by Boeing. It's a 737. It's what used in, Southwest Airlines has their entire fleet. It's the original 737. It's been in service for 3 years. And technically, they're supposed to give the black box over to Boeing, but Iranian officials are saying, no, America is not getting anything from this wreckage. We're not handing over the black box.
Yeah, they may still be a little bit sore at us.
You
but
think?
It's interesting. So,
And the people that are on it, 3 Brits, 3 Germans, 4 Afghans, 10 Swedes, 82 Iranians, 63 Canadians, 11 Ukrainians.
So, but 82 Iranians. So, Iran shoot down a commercial airliner with the plurality of its own people. Not that regime is above killing its own people, obviously, but it's interesting. But so
they fired 15 missiles last night and 4 failed. So
I got this text from a friend of mine who's a sharp political mind, knows the Middle East political dynamic very, very well.
Yeah,
and he thinks the government shot it down, but he thinks it's accidental. He texted me there were reports last night Iran had scrambled its air defenses, both surface and air. And perhaps an itchy trigger finger would explain an accidental downing of that airliner. It's complete supposition, but per the timing of this with the missile strikes yesterday.
And it was still dark out, and you could see the jet on fire slowly going to the ground. So, when I looked at the video, I'm like, wait, is that a missile or is that a down plane? So
all right,
we'll
more
information, but we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it.
We'll stay abreast of developments on
but since
story.
that, though, the FAA has banned all American commercial aircraft from flying over Iran or Iraq.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Yeah. Turning our attention to things domestic, like our economy. ADP reporting just a few moments ago, projecting 202,000 jobs created in December. That's about 50,000 more than estimates. So if that turns out to be the number when it's reported on Friday, that will be a pretty good jobs number again for the Trump administration, the first as we're entering the election year. For more on this topic and other matters economic, we're pleased to be joined by Wall Street Journal columnist and author of the book Trumponomics, Steve Moore. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Amy. By the way, I just got back from Naples, Florida.
Oh, I love Naples.
As you know, is now Chicago South.
Yes.
And I cannot tell you how many people I ran into in Naples, Florida, who are migrants from Illinois. And they just all said the same thing. We've been taxed to death in Illinois. But the more interesting thing.
Well, wait a second. Next time you're down. Well, hold on a second. Wait a second.
Uh-oh.
I'm in Naples. So next time.
You are not.
He is.
No, I mean I have a place in Naples.
He bought a place for Hayek.
And I did. He needs a vacation. He can't stand these cold winters, my dog. And so, but next time you're down there, how about throwing me a little action with some, Airbnb-ing my place in Vanderbilt Beach, Steve?
All right. Well, let's do it. But I was very, surprised how many people came up to me, Chicago, and said, I listened to you on Dan and Amy. Now, that is the 4 months or 5 months of the year that they're in Chicago because, of course, if you live in Florida, if you have a place in Florida, Dan, you don't quite, I guess, understand this. You have to live 6 months and a day in Florida, and that way you don't have to pay any income tax in Illinois.
Really
I'm well
He's
aware
very
of that.
well of that situation.
And we're we're well of all the Chicago and Illinois expats in places like Florida and Texas. That's why we're losing congressional seats, and those states will be gaining them after the census.
You're right. I mean, I think another 60,000 or so left on net last year from Illinois. So the bleeding gets worse. And what everyone said, by the way, because some of them still do have homes and businesses in Illinois, they all said the same thing. If Illinois were to pass that referendum, when is that, in November, the progressive income tax?
Correct.
They're out of there for good.
Well, it's funny. I mean, your newspaper, the newspaper to which you're affiliated, Wall Street Journal, had a great editorial yesterday about the blue state redistribution. Blue state policies are redistributing the American population around the country into some of the states I mentioned and many others.
Well, it's I'm writing a book with our lapper called the title of the book is Who Needs New Jersey, but maybe we should call it Who Needs Illinois. But it's basically the theme of the book is that blue states like Illinois, like Connecticut, like New York, like New Jersey, and so many of these left-wing states, they either have to change their policies or they will slowly bleed to death. And unfortunately, that's happening especially quickly in what I call the 4 states of the apocalypse, which are Illinois, Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York. By the way, New York is losing, in the last decade, they lost 1.5 million people.
Yeah.
Wow,
well,
really?
we're right there with them. Also, again, per this journal editorial, the productive capacity that leaves with those productive people. In other words, the GDP loss. New Jersey, $5.6 billion in adjusted gross income lost last year to other states. New York, $18 billion. Wealth exodus.
Yeah, but AOC is fine with that because she doesn't like rich people, and so she doesn't want them there anyway. So I think it's just desserts.
Well, and speaking of just desserts, wouldn't it be the most delicious comeuppance in some time if the policies that New York pursued, consistent to AOC's philosophy, leave New York having to redline AOC's district out of existence because of the population loss?
Yeah, that would be just desserts, wouldn't it? Yeah, sorry, OSC, there are not enough people left here to vote for you. You're out of your seat. I mean, that is happening, by the way. If you look at, these states that I just mentioned, I mean, every decade they just lose more and more seats, New York more severely than Illinois, but it really is, these areas are being depopulated. There's no question about it, and the tax base is leaving with them. And here's the problem, folks, with this progressive tax that your brilliant governors come up with. You say, we're going to get all this money out of rich people. Dan, it's very simple. There aren't going to be any rich people left to tax. How hard is that to understand?
Well, and also, as you know, and I don't know why people don't get this, the real money is between $25,000 and $200,000. It's not. It's not 500,000 plus. It's not $1 million plus. It's 25 to 200,000. So they will have to come for you, and make no mistake about it, they will. And Illinois will be a state in a few years, like California, where that marginal rate that was staying at 3.95, where it is now, or you get a little 0.05% reduction in year one, will be up where California's is for people making over 56 grand right now, which is over 9%.
And I'll make a prediction to you, because this is happening in some other states like New York. When they do, if the Illinois voters are foolish enough to pass this progressive tax, then you will have, an out-migration, and you won't raise any money from the tax virtually. And then what they're going to do, here's my prediction, they're going to try to do an Elizabeth Warren type of wealth tax in Illinois. So if you own any property there, you'll pay, by the way, you kind of have a wealth tax with the highest property taxes in the country.
Yeah.
But it'll be like a second property tax. And they're coming after you. I mean, they won't do the one thing that Illinois has to do: stop spending so much money.
We've tried everything in Illinois other than conservative reform, but that's the one thing we won't try.
So I wanted to ask you, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, or Mayor Pete, actually former mayor now, because somebody else has been sworn over to lord that South Bend town. But he claims that many working families are struggling so much financially that they don't have enough income to be able to afford a 2-bedroom apartment.
Well, this is the new line. I mean, look, this is a really difficult time for these Democratic presidential candidates, because, the economy really is probably as good as it's been in at least 20, 25 years. So this is a really red-hot economy. And if you're a Democrat, it's hard to explain why that's happening, because these are the same people like Mayor Pete and, the Washington Post and New York Times editorial board, who all said, if Trump is elected, he's going to cause a second Great Depression. And now, lo and behold, we have the best economy in decades. And so they're trying to come up with these, things. Oh my gosh, we're going to. It's the people can't afford the rents and things of that nature. Look, median household income is up $5,000 since Trump came into office. The middle class. I wrote a column a week or two ago on FoxNews.com. It's called "The Middle Class Never Had It So Good." And I'm not saying everything is perfect in America, but in terms of financial conditions, things are good, Amy. I mean, look at the shopping season. I was in Chicago over Christmas. I mean, my God, Michigan Avenue was just, you couldn't even get down the street. People were walking around with massive packages of gifts and so on. People only do that if they have more income. But the other story I wanted to just mention quickly, did you guys see what former Vice President Joe Biden said the other day, where he said, that he's willing to allow hundreds of thousands of Americans lose their jobs to, being nailed to the cross of climate change.
Yeah.
And he said, yes, I'm certainly willing to. And then did you see what he said the next day? He said, well, we're going to, these former, construction workers and
coal miners
and so on, they're going to be
coders.
By the way, my son is a coder, and you have to train about 6 or 7 years. You have to be a top mathematician to do those jobs. I mean, yeah, you're going to take a construction worker and you're going to turn them into a computer coder. I mean, is he loco?
Yeah, but this is consistent, though. I mean, this is so consistent. The idea, hey, coal miners, if they can go down 3,000 feet, which is what Joe Biden said, if they can go down 3,000 feet, then they can learn to code. Forget the logic of that. Here's the thing to me. It is emblematic of the left's cavalier attitude about the lives and livelihoods of people who are not them. They just don't care. They don't care about freelancers in California and the gig economy. They don't care about coal miners in West Virginia. They don't care about restaurant workers in Seattle who don't want the minimum wage increased. They don't care, because those are just casualties to their ideology.
Yeah, no, you nailed it, my friend. I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, this is the party that professes to be the party of middle-class, blue-collar workers. And by the way, just to set the record straight, it's not hundreds of thousands of people who would lose their jobs under this radical, end fossil fuel use in the United States. It would be literally in the millions. And by the way, guess what states these workers are in? Let's see, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Colorado, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Texas. Remember, they said, well, we're going to turn Texas blue. How are they going to turn Texas blue when the number one employer in the state, is oil and gas? And incidentally, and I know we've got to run, but, I've been in politics a long time, probably almost 40 years. I don't, in almost every instance, maybe I'm wrong, you can think of an exception. Most politicians, especially when they're running for president, they promise that they're going to create millions of jobs. The Democrats are promising to destroy millions of jobs. I've never seen anything like it.
It's right. It's a bit of it's an interesting jujitsu choice. You're right about that. Steve Moore, economist, Wall Street Journal columnist, author of the book Trumponomics, and a forthcoming book with Art Laffer we'll look forward to. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. Have a great week.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Impact Mortgage Corp. DBA Cash Call Mortgage. NMLS ID 128231. Equal housing lender. Not licensed in all states, including New York. Offer not available in Washington. Call 855-657-9910 for licensing terms and restrictions.
If you're like most people, then saving money in 2020 is on your New Year's resolution list. At Cash Call Mortgage, that's one resolution we can help you achieve. Right now, we're offering an incredibly low 2.875%, 3.076% APR 15-year fixed loan. So if you have a mortgage interest rate of 2.99% or greater, call us and see how much you can save on your current mortgage payment. We can close your refi in as fast as 20 days with no upfront deposit. If you qualify, we'll even pay your closing cost. At Cash Call Mortgage, our New Year's resolution is to help folks save money and have a happier financial new year.
For a free quote to see if you qualify, visit cashcallmortgage.com or call us at 800-990-6947. That's 800-990-6947. 800-990-6947.
Hold fast! The best picture of the year is 1917. Raves Forbes magazine.
We've got orders to cross here. That is the German front line.
It's a soaring tribute to heroism that's both epic and intimate.
We need to keep moving!
The best war movie since Saving Private Ryan.
There's only one way this ends. Last man standing.
1917. Rated R. Under 17, not admitted without parent. Now playing in select theaters everywhere Friday.
When it's cold outside, you can dress for it. But when your furnace gives out, hey, a blanket fort can only do so much. So call your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning. We'll replace your old furnace with a new high-efficiency one. And that beats a bunch of blankets any day. Right now, cozy up to big savings on a complete heating system. Call 855-1-HOUR.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
Stop wasting energy. There's a better way. Your company could be receiving energy efficiency incentives by recycling waste heat from on-site power generation equipment and turning it into useful energy. The federal government is pushing utility companies to be more efficient. In turn, utility companies are offering incentives for your business. Charles Equipment can help get you up and running with cogeneration, also known as CHP, Combined Heat and Power, a clean and efficient way to generate heat and power. CHP systems can supply at least a portion of a building's electrical load and capture waste heat from hot exhaust gases for use in heating, cooling, hot water, and dehumidification. Charles Equipment can install and manage the cogen equipment at your facility and help your energy use become 70 to 90% more efficient. Start making better, more energy efficient decisions and save money in the process. Call Charles Equipment, 630-834-6000 or online at charlesequipment.com. Reliable industrial generators. They've got the power.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
This is better than I expected. You guys, your customer service and everything, you guys are great. Yeah, you're the best company out there. And the commercials, you know, they talk about it, but a lot of times it's like, I don't know if it really gives it true justice of what this really is. People need to know. This is maybe the most amazing product I've ever tried. You can just feel the energy. It's so pure. It tastes so good. I'm just blown away by it. It's amazing.
See how getting a variety of over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can make a difference for you this year. To help you start your New Year's resolutions right, Balance of Nature is offering 35% off and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This New Year's special won't last, so call in now. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Names matter. Your name, the name you've made for yourself, and the name of the company you represent. Because of you, they're names people can trust. That's why at 4imprint, every name and logo is printed with certainty. We pay attention to every detail because we know the way your name appears is the way it's remembered. So you'll know for certain that every item, from the right apparel to the most popular tech items, will be right the first time, on time, every time, at a great price, guaranteed. Because when you have passion, integrity, and certainty, the only name they'll remember is yours. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. That's the number 4, imprint.com. 4imprint. For certain.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mick O'Rourke, President and CEO of Signature Bank, Chicago's business bank. I'd like to thank our customers for selecting Signature as their trusted banking partner to help build their businesses. We started Signature in 2006, and we've had the opportunity to meet so many hardworking Chicagoans. From third-generation family-owned businesses on the west side of Chicago to tech innovators at 1871. Signature Bank is proud to work across many different industries in the city and beyond. As the fastest-growing, independently owned business bank in Chicago, Signature is always welcoming new customers. I'd love to meet you and learn about your business.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
In 2019, Illinois became the abortion capital of the Midwest. But what are you going to do about it? Join thousands at the largest pro-life event in the Midwest, Saturday, January 11th at the March for Life Chicago. Hear from keynote speaker and abortion survivor Claire Caldwell, the Chicago Bears' Pat McCaskey, Cardinal Supich, and many other pro-life leaders. Check out new and expanded events all day, including the convention at the Congress Plaza Hotel, a youth rally, the March for Life rally and March at Daly Plaza, a dinner banquet, even swing dancing into the night. Purchase your tickets to the banquet and cocktail hour, sign up for a free fast pass to the convention, and find out more at marchforlifechicago.org. The 2020 March for Life Chicago theme is Life Empowers, Pro-Life is Pro-Woman. The voiceless need a voice. March for babies, march for women, march for life. Visit marchforlifechicago.org today. That's marchforlifechicago.org.
Transferring paper files to digital used to be complicated and expensive. Data and document capture had many IT layers involved. It was expensive, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. Not anymore, thanks to the Alaris Infuse Smart Connected Scanning Solution from Kodak Alaris and IDT. The Alaris Infuse solution makes data and document capture easy, and it's powered by Capsys Capture Online. Within a matter of minutes, you'll be able to accurately and reliably onboard content with instant notification of data issues, making the entire capture process smarter and more efficient. IDT can show you how to onboard content and make point-of-origin capture simple with the Alaris Infuse solution.
Relieve the burden of managing and maintaining business systems with IDT, helping your business keep pace with the evolution of information production and management. Set up a consultation today. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready, the number 4, IDT.com. Or call 877-SCAN-IDT. IDT, putting paper in its place.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Were the Iranian missile strikes actually a de-escalation? And has Trump established deterrence? We'll ask Chris Bedford, from the Federalist at 8:08.
Having a case of the Amy's. It is now, though, 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
We will kick U.S. forces out of the Middle East. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Iran's president tweeted this morning, writing, that will be the ultimate response to the U.S. airstrike that killed a top general, Qasem Soleimani. That's a big crowd that listened to the supreme leader, calling the Iranian missile strikes aimed at American targets a slap. Iranian state TV had reported there were 80 casualties, but so far the U.S. has reported no casualties.
Overnight, 15 ballistic missiles were fired from Iranian territory towards a military base in western Iraq that does house American forces. According to U.S. officials, 10 of those missiles hit their target, 4 of them failed, and 1 landed in the northern Iraqi city of Erbil. Reports do indicate that Iran verbally informed the Iraqis ahead of these strikes.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Baghdad. We're still expecting to hear from President Trump this morning. Fox's Rachel Sutherland is live in Washington.
Dave, the president will make a statement today after huddling with top military advisors at the White House last night and tweeting, "All is well. We have the most powerful and well-equipped military anywhere in the world by far." Also on the agenda, a congressional briefing on the situation with Iran. Lawmakers will hear from the Secretaries of State and Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, and CIA Director. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tweeted, "We must ensure the safety of our service members, including endless, needless provocations from the administration, and demanding that Iran cease its violence." Dave.
Rachel, a plane crashed in Iran before dawn. Shortly after takeoff from Tehran's airport, the Ukrainian passenger jet slammed into the ground, then burned. All 176 people on board were killed. Iranian officials initially blamed a mechanical problem with the Boeing 737. 63 of the people killed were Canadians. And we're also learning this morning there's been a shooting in Canada, in the capital city of Ottawa. Police initially reported many injuries. So far, we're told 3 people have been hospitalized in serious condition. America's listening to Fox News.
Sunshine this morning. We have 14 degrees, a wind chill right now at 13 at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Lakeshore flood advisory remains in effect for northwest Indiana's Lake Michigan shoreline until noon today. One person is wounded following a shooting on the ramp from the Stevenson Expressway to the Dan Ryan this morning. State police say someone was shot on that ramp to the inbound 9094. The victim hospitalized. No one is in custody. A man is due in court later today after being charged with murder in the beating death of his infant son over the weekend. Joshua Juarez and a woman were arrested Sunday following the death of 9-month-old Josue Juarez. There's still a chance teachers in Indiana will see more money this year, but they will not see any of the $291 million left over from last year's state budget. Republicans at the Capitol yesterday voting to spend that money on college campus construction instead. Governor Eric Holcomb says he may still push for teacher raises later this year. Caterpillar planning to lay off some state employees. The company has announced the temporary layoffs, saying they will apply to Caterpillar in East Peoria. Flames rally past the Blackhawks 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans tonight. How about those White Sox? They do it again. Reliever Steve Cishek leaving the Cubs for the Sox. 1-year, $6 million deal for the bullpen right-hander. College hoops tonight. The Fighting Illini are at Wisconsin. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs. Now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Deirdre Bolton, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Investor sentiment has turned around after Dow futures overnight pointed to a sell-off following Iran's attacks on bases in Iraq. Phil Flynn at Price Futures Group says oil prices stabilized as more information came in.
It was clear that Iran wanted to slap us in the face, but at the same time not escalate the situation. That's why we're seeing the price of oil really start to come back down.
Boeing shares are down nearly 2% after the crash of a Boeing jet in Iran. The plane was a 737-800, not a MAX jet. However, Iran says it will not give the black box from the airliner to Boeing. Iran already says the cause is engine failure. Boeing released a statement this morning saying it is in contact with the airline company, which is Ukraine Airlines, and stands by them in this difficult time. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
8:04 on AM 560. Time for a dry basement and a healthy home. It's time to call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. Check traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a thriving business in the Chicagoland area? Have you overcome obstacles to make your business what it is today? If that's your business, then AM 560 The Answer wants to tell your story on the AM 560 Business Tour 2020, presented by Signature Bank. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson will be broadcasting live from businesses all around Chicagoland, telling the stories of thriving, successful businesses. If that's you, tell us about it. Go to bankbusinesstour.com and submit your information. That's bankbusinesstour.com.
You've heard Remke's Garage commercials on AM 560, and now they specialize in servicing Sprinters and light-duty diesels. But the experts at Remke's also service Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. So if you own an Isuzu or Chevy low-cab forward truck but aren't sure where to get it repaired, take it to Remke's Garage, your number one dealer alternative for repairs to your Isuzu NPR, Isuzu F-Series, or Chevy low-cab forward truck. Whether gas or diesel, your truck is the lifeline of your business. That's why Remke's Garage offers free loaners while your truck is being serviced. They'll even pick up and deliver for your convenience. Remke's Garage has the factory scan tool to properly diagnose Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. Their commitment to your business is backed with a complimentary maintenance plan and free 2-year warranty. Go to remkesgarage.com to learn more about their specialization in Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks and schedule your appointment today. That's Remkes, R-E-M-K-E-S, garage.com.
Hey, Greg, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother's heart attack.
Thanks. He's okay now, but it really got me thinking about my family. You know, could my wife still pay our mortgage if I had a heart problem?
Yeah, you should call my life insurance agent at Health IQ. They apply their exclusive healthy lifestyle savings, which can save you up to 41%.
41%? That's huge.
Yep. I literally got $1 million in coverage for just $36 a month. You should check it out at healthiq.com/easy. healthiq.com/easy.
Time's running out to win $5,000 a week forever from Publishers Clearinghouse. Enter now at PCH.com and you could win $5,000 a week for your life. Plus, after that, $5,000 a week for life for someone you choose. Don't miss your chance to win because $5,000 a week forever is guaranteed to be awarded on February 28th. Enter at PCH.com before it's too late. That's PCH.com. Better hurry if you want the next big winner to be you. Enter at PCH.com now. Entries due 2/25. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
8:07 AM 560 Traffic Center time, and Jim Telemonte.
Northbound Tri-State traffic is jammed. From the Reagan Tollway to Toohey, there was an earlier crash there. Eastbound Adams Tollway traffic's heavy. From 59 to past Barrington Road and Stop and Go Elmhurst Road to the Tri-State, there was an earlier stall. The Reagan Tollway traffic's tight from the Fox River Bridge to Farnsworth. Northbound Veterans Memorial from 75th to Roosevelt to Lake Street to 290. Northbound 53 is heavy, Algonquin to Kirchhoff. The Edens runs 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Kennedy, 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Eisenhower, 45 minutes, 390 to the Bird Circle. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 355 to the Drive. Ryan, 24 minutes from 95th. I-57, 26 minutes, I-80 to the Verge. Bishop Ford, 33. That's traffic. I'm Jim Alamonte. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Today, intervals of clouds and sun, the high 25. Some patchy clouds tonight, low 22, but temperatures rising through the 30s. Clouds and breezy tomorrow, some afternoon rain. High tomorrow at 47. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
14 at O'Hare. Next news, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So, Iran fired more than a dozen ballistic missiles at U.S. forces in Iraq, striking two bases, Erbil in northern Iraq and the Al-Assad base in western Iraq, about 4:30 p.m. our time yesterday.
Yeah, in the middle of the night there. 15 fired and 4 failed, Dan.
No American casualties, thankfully.
Yeah, of course. But Iranian TV is reporting that 80 casualties are reported, but it just came out
Something
from the Pentagon that is not the case.
Yeah, something only the Crescent News Network would report. And then Iran's foreign minister, Javad Zarif, saying immediately after the attacks concluded that that was it. The Iranians do not seek escalation or war.
And the Ayatollah came out saying, we slapped America right in the face.
They know this. They know that if they get themselves involved in a confrontation with us and get entangled in a military way, they will get their feet trapped. They might harm us, but they will harm themselves many times more, and they realize that.
Yeah.
Okay, tough talk there.
Okay. Well, the good news is, and this is the good news, it really was a move to de-escalate. In this case, it really was what, Zarif didn't say that, but it's essentially what he implied. It was, we got to do something. We got to make a face-saving measure, and that's what they did. And it really speaks to what General Petraeus said on Face the Nation on Sunday, which is striking Soleimani, taking him out, was reestablishing deterrence in the relationship between the United States and Iran. And that deterrent effect needs to be in place. It is now. This is a victory for the Trump administration. Doesn't mean this is the end of the tension with Iran, but it certainly undermines the hysteria of the Beltway Big Government press corps writing cover for their Democrat Socialists on the Hill and candidates for president. Speaking of the president, President Trump at a media avail with the Greek Prime Minister yesterday restated the rationale behind the decision to authorize the strike, making mention that U.S. senators will be briefed today by his national security team, including Cabinet Secretaries Pompeo and Esper, about the intelligence that has been referenced.
Well, number one, I knew the past. His past was horrible. He was a terrorist. He was so designated by President Obama, as you know, and he wasn't even supposed to be outside of his own country. He was, so right there. But that's, in a way, the least of it. We had an attack very recently that he was in charge of where we had people horribly wounded, 1 dead. In fact, the number now, as of this morning, I believe is 2 dead. And that was his. He was traveling with the head of Hezbollah. They weren't there to discuss a vacation. They weren't there to go to a nice resort someplace in Baghdad. They were there to discuss bad business. And we saved a lot of lives by terminating his life.
And President Trump also fielded the question about maintaining a troop presence in Iraq. This was interesting. Or is it time to withdraw?
Iran would have a much bigger foothold, and the people of Iraq do not want to see Iran running the country. That I can tell you. So we'll see how it all works out. I know it's going to work out well for us because at some point we want to be able to get out. We want to bring our soldiers back home. I will say that we have had tremendous support from the people of Iraq, appreciating what we've done, and they don't want to see Iran go into Iraq.
And rest assured, he's not going to target any cultural sites, so no war crimes.
They're allowed to blow up everything that we have, and there's nothing that stops them. And we are, according to various laws, supposed to be very careful with their cultural heritage. And you know what? If that's what the law is, I like to obey the law. But think of it. They kill our people. They blow up our people. And then we have to be very gentle with their cultural institutions, but I'm okay with it. It's okay with me. I will say this. If Iran does anything that they shouldn't be doing, they're going to be suffering the consequences, and very strongly.
For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Christopher Bedford. He's senior editor at The Federalist, thefederalist.com, vice chairman of Young Americans for Freedom, board member at the National Journalism Center, and author of the recently Trump tweeted book, The Art of the Donald. He didn't tweet the book, but he tweeted a mention of it saying, go pick it up and read it. The Art of the Donald is the book. Christopher Bedford, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So, what about President Trump's pronouncements, both on the rationalization? I mean, the question of the intelligence that provided the basis for green lighting this will probably be resolved definitively with the briefing today. But on the look ahead questions like continued troop presence in Iraq, were you satisfied with his answer that yeah, we want to get out at some point, but this isn't the point?
Not particularly. That's what we've been hearing from the last two presidents, President Obama and President Trump, that they would like to get out. And President Obama withdrew a lot of soldiers from the Middle East and Afghanistan, as has President Trump by and large. But there's the killing of Soleimani here, what I think was the right and necessary killing of him, the establishment of the power cycle with the United States in charge, the establishment of deterrence. That was a very good thing, but Americans should take heed when they looked around at the reactions. The Iraqi population is broadly split, the activist aspects of it, into two sides: those who liked him and are pro-Iran, the Shia Muslims, and then the Sunni Muslims who are against Iran and hate Iran. And the problem for the United States is, well, the Iranian allied Shia Muslims in half the country were fighting ISIS and even working with the United States to some capacity in the past war when Trump sent more soldiers there. The other side prefer ISIS to the Shia and the Iranian-backed Muslims because ISIS bans them from drinking, ISIS bans them from cigarettes, ISIS commits all kinds of crimes, but they feel like it's less likely their family will be massacred in a sectarian war if their own religion is in charge. In the middle of that country, we have Fortress America, which we can continue this war and this fight and having to send the 82nd Airborne and other boys and girls from Illinois and Iowa and California to Iraq to keep the peace. But we'll always have to be there. We'll always have to continue playing it. And as our energy reserves and other aspects of our economy are opened up more and more, it's less and less necessary for us to be there as opposed to focusing on the major threats to U.S. hegemony like China.
But what about the argument that some would advance that, okay, well, you have Iraq, sort of a half a client state of Iran right now because of the void created when Obama cut short the surge. And if we pulled out, you have the one of two prospects, sectarian violence throughout Iraq, or perhaps even worse, a replay of the Iran-Iraq war from 35 years ago, and then we're going to be drawn back into a bigger conflict.
Well, then you just have to wonder to what timeline you want to put that on. As President Trump said, they'd like to pull out, but not now. If they have to wait until the Shia and the Sunni get along, we'll be waiting there until the Republic is long gone. It'll be 1,000 years. There needs to be a sunset provision on these things. And Washington, D.C. is very, very keen to do this all the time. For example, we saw with the ISIS conflict, we saw a clear and present danger, the slaughtering of Christians and other minorities in the region, the destroying of cultural sites, the wholesale medieval army marching across the deserts in Syria. We sent soldiers there to fight it, and that was just. But then when they tried to leave, everybody in Washington said, well, what about fighting Turkey to establish Kurdistan in northern Syria? Where that was possibly authorized under fighting ISIS or under the original congressional approval for war against terror, I can't find it anywhere. But that's how quickly the mission creep will continue. And we've been in Iraq for 2003. People are joining the military now who weren't alive during 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about Iraqi's parliament voting to, try to force us to leave that area?
Well, that was another face-saving measure, but that was the epitome of some of the fake news. So you're completely right. They did vote that. But you wouldn't tell from listening to NPR or watching CNN that this vote to ask the United States to leave what barely made quorum was a non-binding resolution. So the Iranian-backed militias told every member of the Iraqi parliament who's afraid of them you have to go to this vote or we'll kill you.
Right.
Oh.
Most of them
didn't hear about
said
that.
they wouldn't.
Yeah, good incentive.
Yeah, it was hidden. So the Shia, the Sunni Muslims didn't go, and only one representative from the Kurdish Arabs went, and they barely had enough people to even be in session. And they made a non-binding resolution that at some point on a timetable, the United States should leave. But CNN was blaring, Iraqi parliament kicks us out. People woke up on Monday morning thinking, we have to leave right now, otherwise we're an occupying force. And it turns out that wasn't really the case.
Well, I mean, the Crescent News Network was still in a state of mourning, so you have to give them some space there. Interesting piece by Chris Farrell, who's the director of investigations for Judicial Watch, about Soleimani's death and how that should be also considered with respect to our southern border and bringing the conversation back home to securing that southern border. He points up the Hezbollah Mexican drug cartel alliance that that the DEA was attempting to interdict as recently as 2017 before the Obama administration shut down that program. He also references a case dating back to 2011, DEA recording meetings between cartel members and Quds Force operative planning explosive attacks on the Saudi ambassador to the U.S. at that Washington, D.C. restaurant that was reported. Other meetings between drug cartels and Iranian-backed, the Iranian Quds Force, including plotting to bomb the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., the Saudi and Israeli embassies in Argentina. What about that? Using this as the opportunity to say, this is still a threat here in our hemisphere, right at our southern border, because of the terrorist reach of that state sponsor of terror called Iran.
That's true, and the border is a major aspect of that. The Hezbollah, Iran, through the Quds Force and through Hezbollah over in Lebanon, has sent a number of agents over to have been arrested in the United States, and they have also sent a number of agents to friendly governments in Central America and Latin America who will be able to skip their visa processes and then try to make their way up to the United States. They've shown, as you said, an interest in targeting restaurants and embassies, prominent Jews, probably American generals now, in the United States as well as in Central and South America, where people generally travel without fear of that terror. And that's the whole point to the U.S. southern border, too. Right now, we are very, very worried about the national security aspects of our situation abroad. Well, our southern border is so porous that terror and its operatives would be able to get across that border fairly easily. But not only that, the amount of drugs that are coming across that border are absolutely unbelievable. And every single year, more Americans are overdosing from these drugs than died during the Vietnam War. It's an absolute calamity, and a lot of people in Washington would much rather focus elsewhere than down on the southern border, on China, where a lot of these drugs are coming from, and on the shady operations that are allowing enemies of the United States to work hand in glove with the cartels.
He is Christopher Bedford, senior editor at The Federalist, vice chairman of Young Americans for Freedom, board member at the National Journalism Center, and author of the new book, The Art of the Donald, and the Donald must like it because he tweeted about it, so you want to pick that up. Christopher Bedford, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I want to keep my heart healthy, so I get my cholesterol checked regularly. And when my doctor told me my cholesterol was borderline, I found garlic. According to my pharmacist, there's an ingredient in garlic that helps maintain healthy cholesterol. And one garlic tablet is equal to a whole clove of garlic, except it's odor-free. Yep, I'm doing what I can for my cholesterol, and I'm doing it with garlic.
Garlic, cholesterol's natural enemy. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
The best picture of the year is 1917, raves Forbes magazine.
We've got orders to cross here. That is the German front line.
It's a soaring tribute to heroism that's both epic and intimate.
We need to keep moving!
The best war movie since Saving Private Ryan.
There's only one way this ends. Last man standing.
1917. Rated R. Under 17, not admitted without parent. Now playing in select theaters everywhere Friday.
I'm back. Taking Balance of Nature. I had to take a few weeks off under my doctor's recommendation. But guess what? Guess what happened in those weeks? I got sick. My immune system is shot. So now I'm doing something to boost my immune system, and you should too, because you need to eat fruits and veggies to boost your immune system. And we all know we're not doing that. So start taking Balance of Nature. 6 capsules of Balance of Nature. You're getting 10 servings of 31 fruits and veggies. I take my fruit capsules and dissolve them in hot water, and that soothes my throat. And I'm feeling better. It's been 3 days in, and I'm sticking to this program, never getting off of it. You know, you hear stories right here all the time about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. And guess what? The next story could be yours. So experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself and make 2020 a year of better, healthier choices. Go online now and become a preferred customer, which means you'll get free shipping. And right now, 35% off your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so do not wait. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or simply go to balanceofnature.com, discount code Chicago.
This is attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
The American economy remains strong, as we were discussing with Steve Moore earlier in the show, and both business owners and employers are enjoying the benefits. Here at AM 560, we want to celebrate the businesses that are thriving. Are you a business owner who's part of this great American success story? If so, we want to hear from you. Once again, we're taking this show out on the road, and we'll be broadcasting from Chicagoland businesses enjoying success as they serve their customers and clients through the hard work of their employees. We want to hear your story, share your success, find out what makes your business run. It's the Signature Bank Business Tour. To submit your business for consideration, just go to businessbanktour.com. That's businessbanktour.com, and we might be broadcasting from your location in the near future.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right. Did you watch day one of Jeopardy GOAT, the Jeopardy GOAT tourney? Greatest of all time. James Holzhauer, Ken Jennings, Brad Reuter.
I didn't watch. And I'm not playing your little silly.
Do you know how the format works for this? So these 3 grandmasters, whoever wins 3 nights first wins the $1 million, and the other 2 get $250,000. So they play 2 games each night.
Okay.
I'm so jacked about this.
I know,
and
geeked out about it.
And I gotta see if I can get on Jeopardy.
You would kill it.
Make some real money. Make some Holzhauer Jennings money here. But so
let's
2 games.
Do that. Let's effort that.
2 games each night, and then first to 3. Okay.
Okay.
So spoiler alert. I'm sure a lot of you probably DVR'd it or whatever you do these days. I don't know. You haven't watched it on YouTube yet?
Okay, Grandpa.
I don't know. You on your Betamax, you taped it with a cassette or something?
No, my M2 player. Let's go real deep.
So, spoiler alert, I'm warning you. So, the winner of night 1, barely, it was a close match. Remember, Holzhauer's a Naperville guy.
Right.
And he's like
And he's a professional gambler.
Yeah, gambling
Vegas.
savant.
Yeah.
Man after my own heart.
You 2 are so the same.
Jennings won, barely won the first night. Here's some of the answers and questions.
Right, Mr. Connery, why don't you pick? It looks like this is my lucky day. I'll take the rapists for 200. That's therapists. That's therapists, not the rapists.
That must have been from an earlier round before you got to
yeah.
the greatest of all time round. We have some other audio. Maybe this.
Mr. Reynolds has apparently changed his name to Turd Ferguson.
Yeah, that's right. Turd Ferguson. It's a funny name.
I love Norm Macdonald doing Burt Reynolds. All right, so here are the final Jeopardy questions,
Dear
Amy.
Lord, no, I am not. Don't even. But Mike Scott, look, he's ready to go.
All right, final Jeopardy.
All right, Mike, you and I can compete against each other.
Silent Calvin Coolidge was inaugurated in 1925 on a Bible open to this 6-word first line of the Gospel according to John.
The Lord be with you.
Incorrect.
I don't know how to get it exactly. What is... Oh, the Word became flesh.
Oh, the Word became man?
You're in the right...
Yeah, I'm in the right.
You're in the right
I can't
ballpark.
get it exactly. I'm sorry.
In the beginning was
I'm going to
the
be
Word.
flogged when I get home.
Oh,
in the Word, and the
in the
Word was
beginning.
God, and the Word was with God.
Yeah, you just missed that opening phrase. I actually got that. I watched in real time. I got that one right.
Of course you did.
All right, now
Okay,
this
you're
one.
so great.
No, I'm
so
not,
smart.
No,
Oh my God,
no.
it's dead props.
I'm going to admit I didn't.
Second coming.
I
yes?
did not get the second one right. This is tough. At least I don't know.
Maybe I'll get this right.
Maybe I'm not as much of a space nerd as I should be. You are, so this is sort of your wheelhouse, Amy.
Because I'm a space.
All right, Amy and Mike. This man's name was given to a comet that crashed into Jupiter in 1994. He's the only human whose remains lie on the moon. Category astronomers. This is tough. I didn't know this.
I'm writing my answer.
I'm Googling my...
Who is Bill Haley?
No.
In the comments.
Who is...
Sorry, had to go funny.
Who is Buzz Aldrin?
Yes. Buzz Aldrin's still alive, so that means his
Still
remains can't be on the moon.
Who is Neil Armstrong?
No. Eugene Shoemaker.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I went to prom with him. Yeah.
That's tough. Well, that's why those three are on this greatest of all time, and we're not. I'm sorry to say. Night two, tune in. We'll keep doing this Jeopardy update because I know everybody loves it just as much as I do.
I'll wait for the laser disc.
Yeah, there you go.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, we were shamed into thinking it was climate change that caused the deadly fires in Australia. It turns out that's not the case. We'll begin there with Patrick Moore, who's co-founder of Greenpeace. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Blue skies and sunshine, 15. A wind chill right now of 1 above. And the Lakeshore Flood Advisory for northwest Indiana's Lake Michigan shoreline until noon. Police in Ottawa, Canada say 1 has been killed and many more injured in a shooting. The CBC News reporting that 3 so far have been hospitalized. Initially, police called it an active shooter situation, but says that threat is over. President Trump is planning to address the nation about last night's Iranian missile strikes at 10 a.m. Chicago time. Iran fired 15 missiles at 2 bases in Iraq that host American troops and others. Illinois Democrat U.S. Senator and Iraq War veteran Tammy Duckworth says it is her opinion that the administration is not accomplishing anything positive with a tit-for-tat strategy.
Decision has made America's national security less safe, has put our troops' lives in danger, and has achieved the end goals of what Iran wants, which is greater influence in the region, and the United States being not just requested, but ordered to leave.
Meantime, Iran says it will not be giving back the black box from the Ukrainian International Airlines crash to Boeing. That 737 went down shortly after takeoff in Tehran earlier today, killing all 176 on board. U.S. companies added 202,000 jobs in December, led by a robust surge in hiring in construction and trade. The New York trial of Harvey Weinstein is having trouble finding jurors. The disgraced movie producer has been widely accused of sexual misconduct by dozens of women. According to several reports from the courtroom, on Tuesday, over 40 out of roughly 120 potential jurors said they were not able to be fair in the Weinstein case. One person wounded following a shooting here in Chicago on the ramp from the Stevenson Expressway to the Dan Ryan early this morning. A Chicago man already charged with sexually abusing a girl last month at a hotel in Naperville is now accused of abusing another child at that same motel. Gabriel Melendez-Morales was arrested last week. Chicago sports found the Flames rallying past the Blackhawks 2-1 at the UC. Bulls visiting the Pelicans later tonight. College hoops in the Big Ten, the Fighting Illini at Wisconsin. Last night, our Northern Illinois Huskies knocked off at the buzzer by Central Michigan, 68-67. The news service of Staples this week, all HP ink cartridges are buy one, get one 30% off. Save on your office essentials at Staples. There's a whole lot more in store. Offer ends 1/11/20. Restrictions apply. See store or staples.com/ink savings. Staples. 8:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher isn't sure which side the Democrats are on.
The Democrats are virtually on the side of Iran, as the daughter of Soleimani has vowed that there is going to be a dark event happening against the United States as they are promising to literally attack the White House. The Democrats seem to be siding with our enemy.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft here along with Amy Jacobson.
And we wanted to take just a minute to say thank you to each and every one of you who participated in our annual Food for the Poor campaign over the past 6 weeks.
Because of you and your generosity, we were able to raise more than $215,000 to provide food for an entire year for displaced Venezuelan children and their families living in Colombia.
We especially want to thank the many business benefactors who supported this campaign. Now, when you hear their commercials running on this station in the coming months, please support their business as a way of thanking them for their generosity.
Just because the Christmas season is over, that doesn't mean that the need has gone away. You can still make a tax-deductible gift of any amount to Food for the Poor by calling 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
And on behalf of all of us here at AM 560 The Answer and at Food for the Poor, thanks again for your generosity.
As time goes by, we can all use a little more help getting around. Staying mobile and independent can be tough for some, especially our aging loved ones. When you need assistance finding the right quality products to make life easier and more enjoyable, there's Mars Medical Supply. Home medical equipment and supplies to keep you or someone you care for independent and mobile. Whether it's living with certain medical conditions and disorders or recovering from injuries and surgeries that are difficult to cope with, shopping for specialty products can be frustrating. The Mars Medical Consultants will help you find the right solution and feature a full line of lift chairs, scooters, knee walkers, power wheelchairs, and rollator walkers. There's also financing available on purchases over $200 through Care Credit to help you get the products you need right away. For home medical equipment and supplies, rely on Mars Medical Supply, 333 West Maple Street in New Lenox. Browse products and featured items online at marsmedicalsupply.com. Mars Medical, keeping you independent and mobile for over 30 years, with customer care that's out of this world.
Get the best sleep of your life. Helix makes personalized mattresses to fit your unique body type and sleep preferences. Go to helixsleep.com and get up to $200 off during their holiday sale.
It is 8:38. Let's get an update on the roads with Jim Talamonte.
Inbound Kennedy traffic is stop and go from Montrose to Ohio. It's 40 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 30 from Montrose, 19 on the Express, outbound 31 minutes to the airport. Eden's 20 minutes like Cook to the Junction, outbound it's 31. Inbound Eisenhower, it's now a 53-minute trip, 390 to downtown, 40 minutes from Mannheim, outbound 40 minutes to 390. Stevenson, 52 minutes, 355 to the drive. How about 37? Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's crashed just before the Burn Circle. Northbound Tri-State traffic's heavy, 87th to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Toll in Lawrence. But Adams Toll delays are 59 to past Barrington and Elmhurst Road at the Tri-State Veterans Memorial most of the way from 75th to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Partly sunny and 25, patchy clouds 22 overnight. It's 14 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, reading from a novelist, op-ed in the New York Times, Richard Flanagan. Australia today is ground zero for the climate catastrophe. Its glorious Great Barrier Reef is dying. Its World Heritage rainforests are burning. Its giant kelp forests have largely vanished. Numerous towns have run out of water or are about to. And now the vast continent is burning on a scale never seen before. The culprit? Come say it with me.
Climate change.
Right.
Climate change. Well, we are shamed into climate change being responsible for the Australian fires during 3 hours long of the Golden Globes. Everybody who accepted a speech, Russell Crowe, he had Jennifer Aniston read his thing. You know, he couldn't be there because of the bushfires in Australia. And this is because of climate change.
It may have something to do also with the 183 alleged arsonists who've been arrested since the start of this year's brush fire season, according to the Australian newspaper down there, adding that 29 fires were deliberately started in the region of the southeast portion of New South Wales in just the past 3 months. Do the arsonists bear any culpability here? You know, the actual literal fire starters? Where are we with respect to climate change? What's the science, sort of the foundational information we need to have a conversation? Well, Patrick Moore, the co-founder of Greenpeace, he did a Prager University video a few years ago that's just as relevant today as it was in 2015 when the brush fire of hysteria hadn't reached the proportions it has now. In point of fact, Moore describes the period in which we're living now, a period of warming. Actually, it's a little ice age.
The only constant is change. That's true about life, and it's true about the climate. The climate has been constantly changing since the Earth was formed 4.6 billion years ago. For example, in just the past 2,000 years, we have seen the Roman warm period, when it was warmer than today. Then came the cooler Dark Ages, followed by the medieval warm period, when it was at least as warm as today. Then we had the Little Ice Age that drove the Vikings out of Greenland, and most recently, a gradual 300-year warming to the present day. That's a lot of changes, and of course, not one of them was caused by humans. During the past 400,000 years, there have been 4 major periods of glaciation, meaning that vast sheets of ice covered a good part of the globe, interrupted by brief interglacial periods. We are in one of those periods right now. This is all part of the Pleistocene Ice Age, which began in earnest 2.5 million years ago. It's still going on, which means that we are still living in an ice age. That's the reason there's so much ice at the poles. 30 million years ago, the Earth had no ice on it at all.
For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by the aforesaid co-founder of Greenpeace, Patrick Moore. Patrick, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Very good. Thanks for having me again.
Well, how do you react to the latest iteration of some of the hysteria as so exemplified by Richard Flanagan, Australia, ground zero for the climate catastrophe per these brush fires?
Yeah, these guys are far better at rhetoric and extreme language than they are at their knowledge of climate change or the Earth's history. That's the problem we've got here. Is it's all hyperbole. It's fake science and fake news and fake extremism and all the rest of it. You've got 183 people now arrested for starting fires in Australia. It's more of an arson problem than anything else. But the reason the fires are so intense is partly because this is the hottest time of year in Australia, and it's therefore the driest time of year. But the reason they're so intense is because they are not being managed. and they're not being managed to reduce the buildup of fuel load and dead grass and that sort of thing. The Aborigines who came to Australia 60,000 years ago, I don't know how long it took them to learn to do this, but they burned on purpose when it was cool and moister so that the fires were not extreme, but they did take out the dead wood and didn't go up into the tops of the trees, what's called a crown fire. And that is what really, takes off and just goes across the landscape faster than the animals can run, faster than humans can run, and burns vast areas. And the reason we're not managing the forest properly, not just in Australia, but in California, in many countries of the world, is because of the green movement's hands-off approach to nature. They have this idea that anything that people do is negative. And the fact is we can control these fires from getting out of hand by managing the forests properly.
Well, I just heard that in California they did bring in herds of goats to eat some of the brush away. Is that a step in the right direction?
That's a typical green move, bring in herds of goats. Yeah, maybe that's okay, but actually it requires chainsaws and fire in order to really make a proper job of keeping the forest floor relatively clean with green vegetation and not dead vegetation. Grass dries out in a single day of warm weather and then becomes a tinderbox. And one of the problems in California is that annual grasses, non-native annual grasses, have replaced the year-round grasses that used to be in many of those areas. And those annual grasses die every fall, and so you have a buildup of dead material on the ground. That's, there's so many nuances to this. It's not, and then they just say it's climate change. Climate doesn't cause fires. Fires are either caused by lightning or by carelessness with cigarettes, campfires, etc., sparks coming from one huge fire in California started from a spark from someone hitting a steel peg with a sledgehammer, and it was one of the biggest fires they've ever had. But fires also start from arson, and in California, it's also known that many of those fires are started by arson. I don't know whether it's people trying to bring attention to themselves, people who feel that nobody's paying any attention to them, or what, but it's a terrible thing that so many people are doing this, 183 in Australia, and they know how bad this is and how many animals are being killed and how many houses are being destroyed and how many and people are being killed. So it's a difficult environmental, social, ecological problem that has to be taken head on. And people are just ignoring it in between these fires. And they are not unprecedented. In 1851, in 1926, and I believe in 1980, I can't remember which year it was, there have been these same very large outbreaks of fires in Australia. It is not unprecedented. It's just that they take advantage of the fact that nobody remembers that far back.
An Indigenous voice that backs what you're saying is James Morrow, who's the opinion editor of Australia's Daily Telegraph. He's been there for 2 decades. He recalls his first Christmas in Australia in 2001, where it was about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. He writes, the climate change narrative grossly oversimplifies brush fires, and bushfires, whose causes are as complex as their recurrence is predictable. Byzantine environmental regulations prevent landlords from clearing scrub, brush, and trees. State governments don't do their part to reduce the fuel load in parks. Last November, a former fire chief in Victoria slammed the state's minimalist approach to hazard reduction burning in the off-season. That complaint is heard across the country.
Yep. Well, the problem with Australia, it's really interesting. They have one of the highest urban populations as a percentage of their total population. The people who live in the city generally don't have a clue how to manage the land outside the city on the farms and in pastures and forests. And so the policies for land management in Australia, even though they're a very advanced country technologically and economically, etc., are completely ridiculous. They have all these green fantasies, and they reduce it all to climate change when it's much more complicated than that. It is true that we've been in a 300-year slight warming period of 1 degree Celsius. That cannot be the cause of the fires. Fires are caused by a spark or by a match or by a cigarette or by someone purposefully setting fire to them with a lighter or whatever they do with these arsonists. They should be put in jail for life, these people, because they are causing untold amount of damage. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, yeah, 25 people have died and nearly 500 million animals. And if I see one more koala bear on fire, I mean, it breaks your heart.
It does break your heart, and it's all being caused by ignorance. And that part of the ignorance is this blaming climate change for everything and listening to 15, 16-year-old children telling us how we should manage the planet and all this stuff about ending fossil fuels and putting us back into a, Middle Ages economy again. It's absolutely crazy, and something's got to be done about it. But there's all these elites and opinion leaders and fake media and everybody fomenting on this stuff. I don't know where it's going to end up, but it's becoming more and more hysterical, and hopefully that is a sign of their desperation, because more and more people are catching on to the fact that this is totally fake.
And for those who don't believe that this is the climate change proponents that you're describing take what they're saying as just an article of faith, they're sort of indifferent to the evidence, the history, the science. The newest featured product online, pray to Saint Greta Thunberg, saint of climate change. Greta Thunberg prayer candles. They're Greta Thunberg
go to
Greta Thunberg prayer candles. Yeah.
That's okay, I guess, but the straitjacket is probably required in this case.
Wow. Okay.
Patrick Moore, co-founder of Greenpeace. Check out his musings at Twitter. He's definitely worth a follow at EcoSenseNow. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Nice to be with you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Famous conservative quotes, presented by Automated Systems.
The late, great Winston Churchill said, "You will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks." Pretty wise words considering all of the distractions in modern society.
Manufacturing companies, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Kulchar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and systems integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet FDA compliance requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, facilities, and plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 to startup, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. For information, I encourage you to talk to Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI, 844-HIRE-ASI, or online at hireasi.com.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I was having a hard time breathing. It was hard for me to put one foot in front of the other. It was just awful. I feel 100% better. I mean, I can breathe. I don't feel that weight on my chest anymore. My head feels clearer, and my husband can tell that I seem more up about things. The fact that I feel better and my husband can tell my head is better, I'm just like singing from the rooftops about that.
See how getting a variety of over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can make a difference for you this year. To help you start your New Year's resolutions right, Balance of Nature is offering 35% off and free shipping on your first preferred order of Balance of Nature. This New Year special won't last, so call in now. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
Impact Mortgage Corp. DBA Cash Call Mortgage. NMLS ID 128231. Equal housing lender. Not licensed in all states, including New York. Offer not available in Washington. Call 855-657-9910 for licensing terms and restrictions.
If you're like most people, then saving money in 2020 is on your New Year's resolution list. At Cash Call Mortgage, that's one resolution we can help you achieve. Right now, we're offering an incredibly low 2.875%. 3.076% APR 15-year fixed loan. So if you have a mortgage interest rate of 2.99% or greater, call us and see how much you can save on your current mortgage payment. We can close your refi in as fast as 20 days with no upfront deposit. If you qualify, we'll even pay your closing cost. At Cash Call Mortgage, our New Year's resolution is to help folks save money and have a happier financial new year.
For a free quote to see if you qualify, visit cashcallmortgage.com or call us at 800-990-6947. That's 800-990-6947. 800-990-6947.
Elevators and escalators are used thousands of times a day in millions of buildings around the world, and we rarely think about them. That is, until something goes wrong. Buildings spend a fortune on maintenance and repairs and yet still seem to experience issue after issue. If you're a property owner or manager, keeping the elevators safe and operational is at the forefront. But how much do you actually know about one of the biggest assets in your building? Elevators and escalators are highly specialized equipment, so the answer is probably not enough, but that's okay, because the elevator consultants are here to help. The Elevator Consultants levels the playing field for building owners and property managers, ensuring your equipment is running smoothly and affordably, especially if using the Elevator app, a game-changing technology that tracks all maintenance activity. Call the Elevator Consultants at 312-519-9949 or visit theelevatorconsultants.com to set up a free consultation. Call the Elevator Consultants, 312-519-9949.
Restaurants come and go and very few last, but when you find a restaurant that's served margaritas, fun, and fantastic food for over 2 decades, you can bet it's great. That's the one-of-a-kind landmark Cafe Salsa Mexican Grill and Tequila Bar in Countryside. Cafe Salsa offers daily lunch specials, happy hour in the bar, half-price house margaritas on Wednesdays, and on Monday and Tuesday, 2 for $22 dinner specials. Ready to eat? Try their Mexican-inspired influences on traditional fare like Cafe Salsa's honey chipotle glazed pork chops, amazing carne asada, or churrasco with mushroom salsa, fajitas, or the many flavorful shrimp, steak, and chicken dishes hot off the wood fire grill. Cafe Salsa's dining room is perfect for birthdays and family get-togethers, so check out their complete menu at cafesalsa.com or call 708-352-5100. Make your plans for lunch or dinner today at Cafe Salsa, 55th Street and LaGrange Road in Countryside, or cafesalsa.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Larry Nora, founder and CEO of You Store It, a network of award-winning self-storage facilities in the Chicago area, and a customer of Signature Bank. We've developed over 70 storage centers throughout the city and suburbs, and our business continues to grow. We need a bank who understands the neighborhoods and communities where we are making investments. We found that in Signature Bank. They know this city and its neighborhoods because they are based right here in Chicago. Finding a local banking institution like Signature Bank has been critical to the success of You Store It, and we look forward to a long-term relationship.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, seriously, this is going on in Ohio. If you're a Bengals or a Browns fan, you may be able to get a medical marijuana prescription because they're depressed. There's a lot of anxiety. They've had to suffer the pain of defeat over and over again. And there's
Since
been
at least the 80s, yeah.
Well, yeah, they made one fan made a petition to make Bengals Brown fans an official medical marijuana condition, and it was submitted last month to the State Medical Board of Ohio. Because, like PTSD or, anxiety, insomnia, those are all parts of being a Bengals Browns fan.
Okay.
What? I mean, they're reviewing it right now.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure the state's giving it the seriousness it deserves. Why don't you just petition to just make it legal? It's like the charade we went through here. Exactly. Medical marijuana. Hey, just to relieve people with glaucoma. Right.
Or people with anorexia, or
yeah.
I do believe with cancer it does help, stimulate an appetite.
Okay, doctor.
Well,
it's always a play about legalization for the cash, and that's what we're doing in Illinois, and maybe that's what they'll do in Ohio if they want to replicate what's going on in Illinois, which I don't know why anyone would.
Thanks for making us part of your morning. Thanks to Justin Kosick, who is our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy, who is A Bengals fan or a Browns fan? Or maybe just a sad Bears fan. We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now let's get the latest on what's going on, when President Trump is going to speak. With all of that, here is the one, the only Mike Scott. Good morning, Mike.
Amy and Dan, the president is expected to speak around 10 a.m. Chicago time this morning. He'll address the situation in Iraq. Tour shot here in the Chicago area, driving on Lakeshore Drive. Chicago sports, we saw the Flames rally past the Blackhawks, and Big Ten hoops, a big one tonight. WIND, Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. President Trump